Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We're about to start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 10th MIPC 2024 under the Recycling Technologies session. My name is Faris and I will be your MC for today's session. To ensure the session runs smoothly, please place your handphones and communication device under silent mode. Please note that we shall not be reading any CVs, including the moderator and speakers. You can find the CVs under the MPMA website under the MIPC section. To all speakers, appreciate if you could go to the console table before your presentation to put on the lapel mic. And due to timing issues, we will not have any refreshment session, but you are free to do so when during the session. We will now begin the breakaway session under recycling technologies. I would like to introduce our moderator for this session. He is one of the MPMA committee members, Dato' Johnson Yoon. Please welcome.
Very good morning to everyone. Let's have a relaxing morning, even though it's very high tensions and high pressure as a recyclist, but we still can have a good morning over here. Okay, our sessions will start by 9, okay, just past 5, and it should be end by 12:50. Okay, hopefully we have on time, then we can enjoy our lunch. Okay, without wasting time, let me introduce you our first speaker, which is talking about recycled materials trends from NGR Malaysia, Mr. Raymond Wong. Mr. Raymond, you may start first.
Hello. Testing. Okay. Testing. Yep. Good. Oh, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Very quick. I will take this one. Very quick introduction. Now I feel a little bit stressed because this gentleman said there's no time for coffee later. And to be honest, I have almost 40 slides to share with you. So I'll try. So I will try to go through them as quickly as possible. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. What we will touch about today very quickly is a little bit about what we at NGR see as the future, what we have seen as a company happening around the world. I know that most of you here may not have had the experience globally on recycling trends, what's happening around the world, who is doing what are the latest things that's happening now, and what we are all here today to do, friends in the industry, like BSF, and so we are trying to bring the world to you. And this is what I'm trying to do today. So let's take, initially I wanted to take 1 minute, but we can take 15 seconds to have a look. A really interesting quote: there's no such thing as away. When you throw something away, it has to go somewhere, right? So let's reflect on this at the end of this presentation. Global waste, municipal waste is roughly at 2,000 billion tons, and it will forecasted to go up to almost double that by 2050. So to give you an indication of how much waste that is, I'm sure a lot of you here are not only recyclers of the sorts, but you are also very good logistically. So this turns up to be approximately 80 million containers, 40-footer containers in 2020, and up to 140 million containers in 2050. If that's still not enough, some of the biggest shipping lines that you have seen, we will occupy in terms of waste 6,000, almost 7,000 ships to carry our waste, and almost double that in 2050. In other words, when we focus down a little bit more, when we talk about plastic waste, the slide before was just municipal waste. So that's everything in glass, metal, organics, food, and so on. And if we scroll down into specifics of plastics, we are looking at 350 million tons by 2050. I know you've probably seen a lot of presentations when we talk a lot about waste statistics and all, but the main point I'm trying to get at here is that we've got a lot of work to do. So we should not procrastinate. We should not wait. I know there are certain stakeholders and certain external influencers who say that it's not an easy job. Well, it's not easy. Recycling is not really easy. Can anybody tell me why is recycling not easy? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Some very good. So I give an analogy. When we make something out of virgin material, right? It's like having a white plate of rice, right? And we all have eaten nasi campur, mixed rice here in Asia, right? So basically mixed rice is a plate of rice where you put all your meat, your vegetables all in one plate. And when you mix everything up, it tastes so good because it's a mixture of all these tastes together. This is what plastics, not in its virgin form, but it's in its completed form. The clothes that you wear, the electronics that you use, this is all a plate of your nasi campur, right? But now the challenge is that you want to get this back to its individual form. You want the meat that you brought onto your plate back to the meat. You want the rice back to be white. Is it possible? I don't think it's so possible. But there are certain processes that we can do, right? This is what I will share with you in the next couple of slides. Good news. So now we have to go positive. Good news is that recycling is on the rise. So the last 2 decades, we have tripled the recycling efforts with one of the few biggest continents in the world, which is a good thing, right? So what is the future? Can anybody tell me where this is? This is in Copenhagen. I already wrote it down. But do you know what this is? Has anybody seen this piece of art in Copenhagen? Maybe saw on a YouTube video, extreme engineering and so on. Exactly. This is one of the biggest incineration plants in Northern Europe. And they built a ski slope on top of it, right? This processes 70 tons of waste a day. That's a lot. But my question is, do we, and to be honest, they produce electricity to almost 500,000 homes. It's a really good thing. But my question is this necessary? And at which point in the recycling process is this necessary? So if you are going to put plastic waste, a bottle like this, if you put it in the incineration plant, is this justifiable? It's nice, right? It still looks clean other than his saliva on it, but it's not justified. So why do we want to burn all the waste instead where we can actually try to give it a new life, to reuse it again, so that we can infinitely recycle the resources that we have, so that we could reduce the use of oil that we get from the ground and basically lengthen the lifetime of the world. So we go back to very basics. This is the life cycle of plastics. Of course, we have known for in Malaysia, I think, as far as I can remember, maybe 30 years, we always talk about reusing. We always talked about the 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. We've talked about it for many years. So everybody knows how to reuse for some reason. We don't have single-use plastic bags now. We use the non-wovens or the woven bags now, right? Let's talk about the next phase. What can we do? The next phase is called mechanical recycling. And mechanical recycling is a term that says a recycling that doesn't involve any chemicals, can be done very easily, rather cost effectively. And when I say cost effective, compared to the others that are available currently. Can't see what's my next slide. I cannot remember all my slides. So this is roughly, in essence, what it involves to be a post-consumer recycler. Post-consumer meaning something that you take, you consume, and you throw away in the rubbish bin. So this is what it takes. You go through a series of processes, shredding, separation, so to take away the metals, the aluminiums, the glass, the organics, the sand, right? And you go through a series of steps to be able, the technical part is not important here, only the concept. The concept is to separate everything so they get your single material stream. What is important and what is valuable in recycling is the single material streams. When you're talking about polyethylene, we only want to have polyethylene. Polypropylene, we only want polypropylene. If it's PET, we only want PET. And it's not because that we cannot recycle it. We can. Mechanically, we can recycle it. We can dump a whole bunch of plastics in, melt it, make a pellet out of it. But then the problem is, what are we going to do with it? It's like a rojak. Those not from Malaysia, maybe you don't understand the term rojak, but everything is mixed together. And when something is mixed together, it lessens the value. Whereas we want to create more value. So this activity here is basically to separate all what is separatable to get a single stream so that you can recycle it and make a product which is valuable. And this is one of the equipment that we provide to customers for post-consumer recycling. Unfortunately, there's nobody speaking in this video, so I have to do most of the speaking. This is our plant in Austria, very lovely place called Linz, where we produce different types of equipment, starting from the post-industrial recycling equipment, post-consumer, as well as PET recycling equipment. So we are all about plastic recycling and only plastic recycling. Don't ask me about metals or glass. I have no idea about how to do that. This is one of our recent creations, what we call the C grant, where we are combining a technology where we can very flexibly, how you put it, have waste which is moist, which normally comes out from a wash line. After you wash it, you have to wash, but it's very wet, and you need to get rid of the water before you actually melt it. Otherwise, a lot of bad things happen. It is not very nice. So we remove the moisture or most of it before we actually melt. During the melting process, what happens is because there's a lot of organics, there's still a little bit of moisture, there's some printing on the plastics and so on. This actually generates what we call volatiles. Volatiles are basically gases which are normally unwanted, because if the gases are then going into the pellet which is produced going into the next process will create a lot of problems. So the guys in the next room doing extrusion will start complaining that the recycling machine is no good. So this is the main aim. And this is where we remove all these volatiles, right? Two main objectives of this particular equipment is, number one, to remove all the volatiles, all the gases, and the second one is to do filtration. Filtration is also very important because you want to take out all the mechanical contamination, things like sand, glass particles, anything that you do not want. So you normally push the melt through a screen, right? And take away all these particles. So in the end, what you're left with is just a pellet as pure as possible, right? Without any mechanical foreign contaminations and without any volatiles. This is the basic idea. That's all I want you to know. No time, no time. Skip. Next. This is how the line looks like. I will skip this as well. Okay, this is the challenging one. This is an actual video from one of our clients in Portugal, I think.
The future is the result
And
of
this
our
is what
choices,
he's doing.
and we all want to choose a more sustainable future. Every day we dispose of tons of plastic waste. What happens from here onwards is decisive in the increase or reduction of plastic pollution. Often this waste is sent to countries without the capacity to manage or process it, and so we are exporting a problem that is ours elsewhere, causing serious environmental problems. Can we do it differently? Can we transform these discarded materials into new products? The real problem with plastic is not the material, but what we do with it after using it. In nature, nothing is lost. Everything is transformed, just like plastic. At Silvex, we choose to do something different. Silvex's new recycling unit allows for the treatment of plastics at the end of their life, giving these materials a second life and making them circular. Tons of plastic waste from the most diverse customers arrive at this unit every single day. This material is sorted according to its origin, which will be transformed in new raw material, hence ensuring that these plastics will not pollute the environment. Sorted by polymer type and by color, using highly technologically sophisticated equipment, non-plastic materials are removed, allowing for above-average quality levels in the recycled material obtained. This step is essential for replacing virgin polymer with recycled polymer. We are making plastic from the plastic that already exists. After the first sorting process, the material is yet again sorted by optical systems by plastic type. Then going to the washing process, where materials such as paper from labels and glue are removed. All of this is managed and controlled by computerized systems and connected to a state-of-the-art WWTP that allows for efficient environmental management. After these treatments, the plastic is ready to be melted in this last step that we call extrusion, which transforms the plastic into new raw material in the form of small granules. The entire recycling process at Silvex is led by strict quality control procedures so as to guarantee the highest safety possible and a wide applicability of recycled polymer in products. Bagged, these granules are then transported to another plant unit where they will be used as raw material for new products. At Silvex, we transform plastic that used to be considered as waste into new plastic and show that it is possible to do things differently. In an economy that is expected to become more and more circular, increasing the efficiency of plastic's life cycle, ensuring a high incorporation of recycled materials in the products we consume, is the key to a more sustainable future. The material that had once reached the end of its lifespan is now valued and transformed into Silvex products, thus avoiding the use of new resources and contributing to the reduction of environmental pollution. In nature, nothing is lost. Everything is transformed, just like plastic.
Great. Can we skip to the next slide? Does it work? Oh, okay. So, I hope you enjoyed that video. That gives you a sneak peek of what the recycling facility looks like. Of course, it was new, so everything looks sparkly and shiny, you know. A lot of you say, Dr. Johnson say, yeah, I wish my plant looked so nice. But believe me, every plant would look a little bit run down after a couple of years, because in the end, like Ricky said, we are dealing with waste. It's dirty, it's smelly, it's uncomfortable, but somebody has to do it, right? So I'm sure most of you are in plastics, you also understand and you know every time you melt plastic, it kind of becomes worse. It degrades. Every time you melt plastic, it degrades. Every melting step you do, it degrades, right? So what we want to do is to try to put as much value as we can in one go, right? By reducing the number of melting steps, okay? So when we collect all this plastic, it comes from many different places. You have no idea. And this is also the challenge of recycling. When you deal with virgin material, it's easy. You talk to ExxonMobil, you talk to Dow, I want this number. He give you this number. This is the exact specification of this. This is the characteristics of this polymer. This is how it will perform. But recycling is different because we are getting what has been left over from everywhere. So we're getting a mix of different polymers coming in. And the only thing that is requested, or the only, let's say, quality parameters that we're looking at is the melt flow. What is the flowability of the material, right? So in order to make the material something usable again, what we have done and what is really catching on around the globe is to do direct compounding. So normally in the traditional recycling process that has been done for the last 3 to 4 decades, everybody recycles, makes a pellet, sells it. The next person takes it, maybe he needs to put in some color, he puts in some additives, he puts in some functional additives, makes it stronger and so on, makes it a pellet again. And then the next guy takes it and then he makes a film, like what we saw in the video, right? So there are many melting steps, okay? We try to shorten that a little bit. So what we did here is we used that C grant that we had earlier, right? You had the compactor, the extruder filtration system, and then we push the melt. It's still in the melt, it's not a solid yet. We push it through a rheometer. A rheometer, elongation rheometer is something like a melt viscosity meter. It's an online meter that tells you the viscosity. Okay. It tells you the characteristics of the material. So basically, it just gives you a data of what is this material that it's processing now. With that, right, you can start to mix. So what we do is we pump the melt into a compounder. Everybody knows what a compounder is? Yes, some say yes, compounder. Yeah. So most of you say yes. I will pretend that all of you agree and know what is a compounder. So basically, a compounder, you take the materials, you put other stuff inside. It's like a wok, you know. You cook your chicken, you put salt lah, pepper lah, MSG lah, and then you come up with the next pellet. That's the resulting product, which would then can be the final product to sell that makes the final product. So this is what we are trying to achieve, reducing the melting steps so that we can accelerate then product to market. The next thing that we are doing, Ricky also said, everybody also agrees, recycling is a smelly business. So what we want to do, we will take out the smell. One of the ways that we can do it, and one of the ways that a lot of people are looking at now, is odor removal. So the most easy step of odor removal is to make a pellet, put it in a conditioner. Basically, it's a silo pumping in hot air through. After a number of hours, we are removing then the odor. And we are still looking at other ways more efficiently and more cost effectively to remove odor. You may not notice, but your detergents and so on, right? When you take and you open the cap, you smells very nice. But if we have 20 tons of the things surrounding you, you will say, I want to die. Okay? Lady here is agreeing with me. Yeah, I know what it feels like. Okay? So quickly next. PET. Everybody know what PET is? Yes, really? Do we actually know what PET is? PET is one of the most versatile polymers that we have in the world at the moment. Versatile, why? Because it can be endlessly recycled, or almost endlessly, let's say, but it's much more recyclable than all the other polymers. So we, 10 years ago, started in a journey where we started to do polyester recycling. Francis, how much time do I have left? Okay, so polyester, I have a lot to share. So thanks to Coke for this slide. This is in general what PET recycling process goes through, right? Similar to the polyolefin recycling, you have the collection, the sorting, or the washing process. Just take note of position 7 and 8, right? In the production of food grade PET, you need to have a super cleaning step. Most of the technologies out there always do make a pellet first and then they go to super cleaning. What we have done the opposite. We actually super clean first while the material is still in a melt form, and then we make a pellet. There are a whole bunch of reasons why, but I will not get into that now in the benefit of time, right? But it's a better way. It's faster, it uses less energy, it consumes less space, and so on and so on, right? So at this step, I have a pointer here now, do I? So at this step, when the melt exits the reactor, we call it a reactor, but it's not as big as a reactor. When it exits here, the melt is actually already food grade approved, right? I'm not saying that you can eat the polymer, but it can be in food contact, okay? So what better thing to do? A lot of customers make a pellet, of course, because this is due to their business model, right? They want to make a pellet, they sell a pellet. But what we are trying to do is to do something else. Okay, so when making a pellet afterwards, A lot of you who have your own plants and so on, you will know that after you make a pellet, you need to have storage. You need to store sufficient material so that it lasts you through a week, 2 weeks, or a month, depending on how your working processes are. And then you go to the next production process. So every step of the process, you need to have some buffers, right? And when we try to, what we want to do is we want to, like we did before, we want to go direct to the product. So since the melt coming out is already an FDA approvable product, why not make directly, not just a pellet, but make directly a bottle from it? Let's do that. How much can we save? A whole lot, right? First thing we will save is space. We remove the buffer zone that you do not need anymore. We combine the two pieces of equipment, an injection molding machine, as well as our equipment to produce what we call the preforms, which are the pre-products before the bottle. And how much do you actually save? Just very estimately. I will share with you in the next slide. This is a startup that we did in Japan, where this customer is going from washed bottle flakes direct into preforms. And this is to be supplied to one of the biggest brand owners for beverages in the world. How much would you save? In terms of space, you save about 65%. In terms of storage, you save all of it because you don't need any intermediate storage anymore. What is important is the melt cycles. So instead of 2 melt cycles where you make a pellet, then you go to the injection molding machine making a preform, you go directly into the preform, which means that particular PET lasts twice as long because PET still degrades over time. It still degrades over every melting process. It's a chemical DNA of plastics. It will degrade, right? So we save 50% of that, right? We save processing time by 12 hours. Actually, there's something wrong with the math here. I have to check with my colleague. 13 minus 2 is 11, not 12. We save energy consumption by almost 40% energy consumption. In today's day and age, that's a lot, right? And we save also on fresh water, right? So there are a lot of saving potentials to be had when you're trying to combine 2 production processes into one, which we have. What are other things that we can make? We can go directly to tray. You can make thermoforms out of it. So from a melt directly into a sheet, which you can then make tray. What else can we make? What I'm wearing today is made out of 100% recycled textiles. This is already a fact. We can recycle textiles, and this will be what we call the next holy grail. When we talk about recycling and everybody talks about fast fashion, recycling of textile, everybody will be fainted on the floor. Because why? We have so many different materials stitched into this that we don't even know what it is. We have spandex, elastomers, polyamides, polyesters, cottons, and so on. But we have a way to do that now with the help of a lot of colleagues in the industry to help us do all the sorting. I cannot announce it very big, but if you look very carefully at this slide, there are also some precursors of what we may be announcing next year or the years to come. So we've talked about textiles, we've talked about trays, we've talked about bottles, but there's 2 more products which we'll be talking about next year, which will be pretty interesting to come. Okay, so these are other things which are coming in the end, which we will, if hopefully I get the opportunity to speak again, I will share with you the next time. Okay, so this one I will go very fast because to be very clear and honest, I am not a specialist in chemical recycling, but I just want everybody of you to know this is something that's there. And it's not only waste to energy. That should be way back at the end when there's nothing left to do with it, then you can go to energy. But there's still other things that you can do in chemical recycling. I will just very quickly go through. This I will not go through. We can read it in the slide notes, right? You have purification. Purification is basically using a solvent to dilute the polymer, filter it, and then crystallize the polymer again. Very simple process. right? There's also a reactor that dilutes the polymer, and then you have an extruder to recrystallize it again. This is a chemical process, right? You have depolymerization. A lot of you have heard about this before. Depolymerization is converting then the waste into monomers, then into polymers again. Also a big process. Gasification. This is a process where you are actually heating up the materials going to 1000 degrees Celsius, making it a gas literally, and recondensating it again. Okay, Francis is angry with me now. Okay. And then you have pyrolysis, which is basically turning waste into oil, oil back into polymers again. Last but not least, hydrothermal treatment is basically a hybrid between hydrolysis and pyrolysis, I think. But like I said, this is what I did during the weekend, studying some papers and reading some articles. But I just wanted to know that this is there. There was another slide before this. So, did it? Okay. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Raymond. Any questions,
I still got time for questions.
Raymond?
I'm so happy.
A quick one?
Yeah, maybe a quick
A
one.
very, very quick one? Okay, yes.
Hi.
Okay, Isha.
Exactly. Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah. Mhm. This is actually not based on NGR technology or what, but basically in terms, there was a study done where you continuously melt the same batch of PET over and over again, melting and remelting and remelting. You're talking about 20 to 30 times before it chemically breaks down. You know, it falls apart. But the reason why we say recycling can be endless, because we know that we will not be able to stop the production of virgin material. Virgin material will always be in a mix. And the current regulations around the world are calling for 30, 40, 50%, 80%, but never 100%, right? Because you cannot stop virgin. So virgin will always be in a mix. And as long as virgin is still being mixed into the stream, recycling can be endless. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yep.
I'm hearing from this end user as you recycle one time, two times, no matter how good the technology is, the recyclers become a bit yellowish.
Yes.
So
sure.
That's problem of applying that to upgrade that, especially those that require clarity.
Very sad to say that that is just a matter of concept. If we go, yes, and I agree with you. You are right completely. Every time plastic gets melted, there's kind of thermal degradation. So it will discolor a little bit yellow. We normally counter that by putting some blue toner, food grade blue toner, which makes it blue. So that's why you see a lot of bottles have a bluish tint on it. It's because there's some amount of recyclates inside, right? And we cannot avoid that. We will never be able to counter that. The more you recycle, the more yellow or dark it becomes. So if you compare, for example, in Asia, we're still using a lot of virgin material. So we get really nice bottles. Our flakes are the most sought after all over the world. If you have an opportunity to go to Europe, or you talk to some of the friends here who are from Europe, you ask them to bring a Coke bottle for you, you will see how dark it is. It's because Europe has been going through recycling for the past decade and more. So they've been reusing and reusing internally in the stream. And once you drink the Coke, you said, oh, the Coke stained the bottle. No, it's not the Coke stained the bottle. It's actually the bottle that is that gray, right? You can ask Daniela from Germany. She will tell you it is that dark. So it's only a matter of conception that the consumers, we have to change our mindset. What do we want? Do we want something pristine and nice and kill the earth? Or are we able to accept something which is just slightly gray, In the end, to be honest, we don't really care. If we really ask ourselves, do we care about the packaging that's on the outside? No, we only want to know what is the taste of the water inside. In the end of the day, if we really cared about the packaging, we will keep it, frame it up, put it in our house. But we don't, we throw it in the dustbin, right? So we actually don't care about the packaging, right?
One last general question.
Okay,
Last one.
yeah.
You know, when you do recycling into the solution, there is a, you know, for recyclers, we want volume.
Yes.
We want volume and quality. Are they,
Sure.
you know, you get more volume, then will the quality be reduced? Or you want very top quality, then you have to buy extruders that are smaller in capacity. What is there a trade-off?
Yes, you can have volume, quality, but then price of the equipment has to be increased as well. The budgets for capex would have to be increased as well. Yeah, there are certain technologies available which can retain quality. Let's say I won't say improve quality. The challenge now for polymers is not to let it degrade too much. So to retain quality as much as possible with better screw designs, you know, better technologies, filtration systems, and all. But the trade-off is actually capex. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no more questions really.
Thank you.
So thank you. And then of course one thing is like you need technologies to deliver better qualities resins. This is for sure. The markets will know about that. Okay, then we before we move into the next speaker, I was just aware that our lovely government officers just step in. Just say hi to Yang Mulia Dr. Tunku Zahasan from MITI. Thank you very much for coming. And then we also we have the other officers from SW Corp. Puan Aini. Puan Aini dekat sini ya? Okay, thank you very much for coming. And then also Puan Siti from MIDA. Thank you very much for helping us today. Just a welcome to our officers. So we move into the next. Please come along. So we welcome Ricky, and Ricky is from BSF Malaysia Sdn Bhd, and Miss Daniela from Trinamax. Can we have a welcome for them? Just take a seat. Okay, I have chance to sit down also. Yeah, I need that like that. Yeah, she's wearing it. Yeah. You're not wearing? Okay. All right. Let's put that on. All right. Good morning and selamat pagi to everybody. All right. First of all, I would like to thank CC Chia, Dato Johnson, and MPMA group teams for arranging this. This is a wonderful conference. All right, and we're very blessed to be here. Yeah, to be sharing our technology and our integrated solutions for BSF. All right. So as you know, as you can see over here, our tagline is BSF, we create chemistry. And today, I will not be talking about chemical recycling. Yeah, because we'll leave it to Encik Firdaus and also Puan Aini after this, yeah, to discuss about this. I think they are the expert over here. All right. So instead, I'll be talking more on the mechanical recycling because, as you know, in Asia alone, for the mechanical recycling, for 1 year, I think we have about 18 million tons. Okay, whereas for the chemical recycling, it's much lesser. It's about 700, 800,000 tons per annum. All right. So can I have the clicker? I forgot the clicker. Yeah. This one. All right. So again, my name is Ricky Chua. I'm based in Malaysia, from BSF Malaysia. And today I have my colleague all the way from Germany to be here. Yeah. So she'll be joining me and she'll be giving her presentation. All right. So a quick introduction on BSF. Anybody knows? Don't know? All right. So we are a chemical company. All right. And we have almost every type of chemicals that is from homes, agricultural, petrochemicals, solvents, cleaners, and all this kind of thing. Yeah. And our sales last year is around 69 billion. All right. We have over 111,000 employees.
and 240 production sites. The closest that we have over here is actually BSF Petronas. We actually have a joint venture with them in Kuantan, in Quebec. Yeah. All right. So this is our commitment. All right. Basically, what we show here is that we have a commitment to achieve 25% by 2030. All right, and a net zero by 2050. And our aim, okay, is to be the preferred customers, suppliers, okay, for the chemical to achieve the customers' global green transformation. Yeah, so that we actually work, as you can see over here, we actually work with a lot of customers that they want to achieve this. So we actually supply them our materials as well. All right, as mentioned earlier, yep, we have chemicals, materials, industrial solutions, surface technology, nutrition, and also agricultural over this side, right? So coming to the topic of mechanical plastic recycling, okay? As my friend Raymond has gave a very good introduction, yeah? So I don't need to go into this, but the rule of thumb is always on a garbage in, a garbage out. Yeah. If your materials, you're not doing it properly, all right, then you will not have a good, you're basically downcycling it. All right. So that's where we actually want to come in and help you out. And this is our integrated solutions. All right. And this is for the value chain that you can actually see here. All right. Right from the sorting, all right, where you actually collect, okay. And the first thing you do is that you want to have it identified and sorted. So that's one way how you increase the quality. And then secondly, you want to go into the cleaning part where you actually remove all the contaminants, you know, the metal, the sand, all this kind of thing. Then you actually increase the second part of the quality. All right. And as you know, recycling, as mentioned, every time you recycle, you actually lost and you degrade the materials, right? And we have additives, okay, which is coming from BSF ourselves, and we increase the quality again. So 3 steps. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Now you have your raw materials and you can actually go into the marketplace. And we have a solution for the marketplace as well. All right. So when it comes to sorting, all right, here are 6 major different type of sortings that is available currently. All right. We have the know-how, we have the technologies. All right. So let me just quickly go through. All right. Very simple. I think most of you know. The typical one will be on the manual sorting. All right. So we actually have people in the conveyor line sorting it out. And secondly, we have a density sorting, which actually using the density plastic, polyolefin will float. Engineering plastic, typically it will actually sink down. We actually have the sorting as well. We have those color sorter, all right? You actually have the lighter color. If you want a clear, like what CC Cha was saying, I want something that is clear, this and that, then you also have this, all right? And then of course you have the metal sorter, which actually have to clean up or the materials, the contaminants. You have an electrostatic sorter because plastic have static, all right? You can actually do that. And finally, we also have a near infrared sorter over here, all right? And here is where I'll pass the mic to my colleague, all right? And she will explain to you, okay, on Trinomics, how we actually use our near infrared spectroscopy, okay, on this part.
Hello, guten Morgen, everyone. So, yeah, I'm Daniela. I'm from Trinomics in Germany, and we are a daughter company of BASF. And I just wanted to give you a short overview. So we are, I will present today this little mobile device. It's a mobile near infrared sorting technology. And yeah, it doesn't really have to do a lot with the chemicals BASF is marketing. So what was decided in 2015 out of a research project within BASF, that an own company was founded, and this is Trinomics. And meanwhile, we have grown in the last 10 years to almost 250 people now, and we have, apart from our mobile spectroscopy, we have also other business units dedicated to sensing and measurement technologies. and all our devices are manufactured, assembled still in Germany. When we look at our mobile near-infrared solution, some of you, or before, we have also seen in a presentation, there was, for example, a Pellenc auto sorting machine. So these machines, they work at a very high speed and yeah, with several cameras. And our intention was with our little mobile device to provide a solution, a lab in the pocket for people who want to do fast quality checks. So you have the material identified within 2 seconds, and also that you can carry it around. Such a big sorting line, yeah, it will be hard to move it, and that it's easy to use. So I'm not a chemist by profession, but yeah, I can use the device without any problem. So basically anyone can use it. You just yeah, you need to, and I will show it on the next slide. You will need to download an app, and there the different results are displayed. Is everyone familiar with near infrared technology, or do I need to explain the principle in a couple of seconds? Good. Then what we do, like near infrared technology, and Ricky has also shown it on his slides, the automatic sorting lines, they also work with the same principle. We use light or reflectance to bring molecules in an unknown material, like in this case, a plastic, to swing. And this is then channeled back in form of a spectra, which is then compared with a database with different materials and their spectra. And that is the main principle. So to put it in an easy way, each material, it doesn't matter if it's a textile, if it's a plastics, has a unique footprint. And we scan it, and then we check in our database the specific match for it. So for us, if we scan for example, a PET bottle, and then it's channeled back in the database, and the result is, and that is then the step 3 is then displayed in your app on your screen. What is specific about our solution? We are working with cloud technology. So all our databases are stored in the cloud. They can easily be updated no matter where you are globally, and it's also functioning globally. So there's no need to download any new additions to a database. Once you log into your app, it's already there. And our solution comes with the hardware, which is the spectrometer, then an app, and you can download this app to any device. We are covering Apple, Android. You can download it to a normal desktop, to a laptop, to a tablet. Here also Microsoft, because a lot of our customers are actually using it in the lab. And plus on top, we have a so-called customer portal where all your measurements you are doing are stored. So this is working with the same login. And for example, we have also companies, their headquarters is located in Germany, but they have several subsidiaries across the world, in Brazil, in the US, and also here in Asia. So if you have a central purchasing department in at the headquarters in Germany, the person can just log on, and with a click can see what was measured around the world. And what we do when we measure material, we are not only capturing the plastic type or the type of the material, we are also capturing date, time, and location. Plus, you have the possibility to also add customized data. You can scan in barcodes, you can scan in QR codes and attach those to your measurement. when, for example, if you use it in incoming quality control and you get a shipment from your supplier, you can easily scan the barcode or you can enter the name and then make the measurement, and this is attached to it. Yeah. And if we look where our device is used already, it can be used, for example, also at a waste picker level for training and education, but also for better sorting to provide higher value. Plastic banks or aggregation centers, they are using it for quality control, and also for a recycler. It provides real benefits for quality control because you don't need to send every single sample to the lab. First, you have the time it takes, you have the resource you need to pay for, and also there's a great difference of the price of the equipment. And for a part maker, you also have the advantage that you have documented sorting, because what is happening, I mean, you can use a LiDAR to identify a plastic material, but honestly, it's not good for your health. And at the end of the day, you don't have anything documented. It's just your judgment, also a visual judgment. Here you have a proof of concept, and if you sell your material in the value chain, you have documents to provide, and that is also what brand owners are looking for. That they, meanwhile, the topic traceability of a material is so important, and since we are basically capturing also the data with each measurement at each step, you have a complete blockchain and traceability. And for a brand owner, it's easier to, for example, for a Unilever, it's easier to really certify that the plastic was collected, that it's actually made out of ocean plastic collected at Indonesian beaches. And the quality control creates data in this case, and documentation creates credibility along the value chain. Now I will, due to time, I won't go through all of the things in detail, but the beauty of our device is that you have, that it can be combined with different databases. So our, to say, bestseller is the Plastics Max database. Here we have 30 polymer grades included, also ranging from a PA6 to 6,6 differentiation and a PET-A, PET-G, or HDPE, LDPE differentiation. You can measure any state of material, films, granulates, flakes, or casted parts. That's all possible. And textiles as well. And another application we just launched in June is, for example, an application. It's called correlation application, and this is specifically for incoming quality control. So you can compare your standard or your spec with what is delivered, and what our application measures if the materials are identical or if they are similar to each other. So for example, a customer of us, a PET bottle producer, they are receiving around 30 trucks each day. So it's going in, going out. And with our application, they have shortened their quality control process, hours. And the trucks come in, the material gets scanned. It then shows, okay, it is identical to their spec. And then the truck can immediately drive to the silo. Before, the truck needed to wait for at least 1 hour till they have done the analysis in a lab, and also depending on the backlog of the tests. we have an application. Yesterday we had several presentations about films and extrusion products. So with this application, you can actually check if you are dealing with a monomaterial or a multi-material. And specifically for a multi-material, we are also outlining the PA content of the multi-material. So you can check if you can still put it with your PE feed or not. And this application is still continuously updated. So the next multi-material we are targeting is, for example, PET PP multilayer to outline this as well. We have also an application for a packaging producer, because we are just to give you an indication, our speckle range we are measuring is at 1400 to 2500 nanometers, and an automatic sorting line starts at 750 to 2500 nanometers. So we are covering quite a wide range, and with our tool, a packaging producer can easily shorten the time to market, because they can check if the master batches they are using and the colors, they would be sortable with an automated sorting line. So this is an application we actually developed with the American Plastics Recycler Organization, and we are certified as a tool in their standard to certify sortability for packaging. Also coming to textiles, we have heard it before, polyester recycling, but there is more to come. For example, cotton polyester and PA6 and 6,6, so nylon recycling. And we have also an application to identify the material combination of textiles. And everything is running on the same device. And specifically to also look at this sorting perspective, we have developed a tool which I have here, and this contains a motion sensor, and you can plug in our device in the holder and integrate it in a table. And if you start a measurement, it's automatically initiated via a motion sensor. So you don't need to press a button anymore in your mobile app or on the device itself. And the measurement time is shortened to 1.5 seconds. So for example, if you are sorting plastics at a conveyor belt, this is an easy way to check unknown plastics. And also if you look at companies or even at regions where the whole topic recycling is just picking up, and there's not yet the funding for big automated sorting lines, this is a great tool to test the business case, to get 5 or 6 spectrometers and start sorting, and then at one point you can easily scale up. Yeah, and that is basically my part of the presentation. We have 2 devices here. So if you have some samples you want to test, or you just are interested to learn more, then later on stop by and I show you everything.
Thank you, Daniela. So as you can see, I've been carrying this all around. So it's not actually a heavy thing. It's about half a kilo only. Yeah, so it's very easy for you to bring around. All right, so as mentioned earlier, the nasi campur or the mixed rice. So the first step is done. Yeah, we took out that one, right? So the second part that we are going to talk about will be on the cleaning solutions. Yeah. So as you know that there's a lot of things that inside, and we want to help to clean. And BASF being a chemical company, we have a lot of solvents, surfactants, and other type of cleaners as well. So for example, like in this picture over here, you can see there's a lot of these PET bottles. Yeah, so we're actually cleaning on this. And we know that there is a lot of issues when it comes to cleaning, okay? And you use very high energy consumption, water consumption, yeah? And a lot of the issues like foaming, yellowing, redeposition, poor separations, removing of the glue labels, and that. Those are the items that we can help you, yeah? so that we can actually have this improve on the quality, productivity, and good customer service, and also reduction on the carbon footprint and all stuff. Yeah, so that you can actually get very, very clean materials for your rPET as well as your R, HDPE, and other materials like HPP as well. Yeah. So what do we actually have is that we have a very special surfactant over here. Okay, that is basically used to remove the label, glue, organic and inorganic residues. All right, it has a complexing agent where it actually helps to coagulate the pollution and then bring it down so that you can actually remove it. Yeah, so your water or your bath can stay longer. So we actually extend the life of your bath. Yeah. And also, we make sure that the redeposition of the pollution will not go back into the flakes, and then it will actually affect your next process itself. All right. So we do also have a holistic solution, not only on the washing, we also have a wastewater treatment as well. Yeah, we have a coagulant and flocculant in our portfolio of chemicals. And all our chemicals, basically, they have gone through very stringent checking. All right. So we have all the food contact compliance that we have here, SVHC, REACH, ZDHC, and also halal. Yeah, because we are in Malaysia and Indonesia. So this is actually quite important for us. So what we do is that the benefits, okay, as you can see over here, we actually increase the brightness of the PET, reduces glue, lowering the organic residue, all right? And of course, the most important is that we can actually remove the, reduce the temperature, okay? Because the surfactant that we actually use, okay, is able to soften and swell, okay, the glue that is actually on your PET flakes, for example, okay, your labeling, all this kind of thing. So when you actually have that, okay, then you don't need to go up to the temperature of 90 degrees. You can actually bring it down to 65 in Europe. They have a different system. Over here, I'm looking at 75. And we have done a lot of trials, and this is very, very, very good. Yeah. So an example of the line that you can see here, this is normally a whole washing line, all right? And I'm just taking an example that we have this customer, all right? So currently the temperature is about 85 to 90 degrees, all right? And they have hot wash tank, okay, 4,000 liter, and then we are using our chemistry over here. The rate is about 2 tons per hour, all right? So just by doing a quick calculation, right? So using 2 hot wash tank with 4,000 liter of water, all right. And if we calculate the joules per hour using that 4,000 liter, the specific water, right? If you know, 1 degree, 1 kg, how much energy you need to use, we actually have 336 million joules, right? And if I convert this, okay, to the diesel, you need to divide it by 38 million joules. Right, you get this. This is the amount that actually is generating. Yeah, every hour you're using about 8 kg of diesel just to power this, just for 10 degrees. Yeah, just for 10 degrees. And using the commercial rate, okay, at this rate, you will see that we are getting about this amount. Okay, and if I divide this by 48 tons per day, all right, the cost per ton is around $13 at 13 ringgit over here, right? And the cost of the chemical is also around 30 ringgit per ton. So actually, just by reduction of 10 degrees, you're actually paying nothing. Yeah, you're paying exactly. And I have not even minusing off the existing chemical that the customer is using, detergent or or surfactant or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, just to show that how the calculation is done, 38 million, and also what is the latest pricing, yeah, which is around 295. This was last week price for the diesel. All right. And on top of that, our chemical can also do de-inking, where we actually remove the inks, okay? And we can actually, yeah, have this coming up very much clear. And also we can do delamination of the food packaging, all right? However, this is actually still in a very early stage where we need to work with customers of ours, all right? And we'll try using the chemistry. We have done this in Europe, okay? It proves to be good But because Europe, we know we work with the brand owners of the adhesive. Even with BASF, we do a lot of adhesive. So we actually know, and then we use the chemical correctly. But in Asia, Southeast Asia, right? Yeah, there's a lot more different type of glues that is used. Yeah, so we still need a champion to work with us, and then we'll do some trials and that, and see how effective this chemical will be. All right, reduction the carbon footprint, and yeah, we actually do the optimization. Yeah, lowering the cycle time, lowering the dosage, handling this and that. All this, talk to us. Okay, I'll be more happy to assist you on this. And the last part, okay, which is our rescue. This is where BASF, we have a marketplace, all right, that we can actually help our recycler friends here, our brand owners over here, all right. Oh, sorry, I got enhancing, sorry. All right, this is on the additive side, yeah. So for the additive, what happened is that we do have our additive, and all the time we have the additive actually is for the virgin material. Yeah, I got to wrap it up. And what we have over here is that we have a special additive packed in master batch form, which can be used for different types of recycle. It's basically targeted for the recycling materials. All right. So we can have this if you are using for here. You can see this is for the polyolefin, and then you have any rigid film, outdoor, you can actually use this. Yeah, we do have this as well. All right, and the last one will be rescue, which will be the marketplace. Once you have all your this done, you have a good quality products. Okay, together with us, we are helping you. Then you can actually go into this market. All right, this is done by our BSF team. All right, and talk to this guy. Yeah, go to the website, talk to them. They can actually share with you what this is. This is a quick one.
Are you struggling to increase the percentage of recycled plastic content in your packaging and meet your 2025 set targets because your volumes do not put you on the priority list of recyclers nor give you competitive prices? There is a way out. Resecure's new business model allows you to secure long-term supply agreements directly with recyclers at the best rate possible. No need for high commitments, and it comes at a much lower risk. How do we do it? We simply consolidate your demand for PCR with the volumes from other companies like yours, so that with these larger volumes, we can negotiate supply agreements with recyclers at better conditions and give them a reason to invest in better processes. And if you need less than planned, you can easily transfer part of your contracted quantity to other participants. You sign the contracts directly with recyclers with transparent price formulas and conditions. Plus, you can trust us to be there with you every step of the way. Want to know more? Talk to one of our experts at www.resecure.com today.
All right, so that's our total solution, right from the start of the collection all the way into the marketplace where you can actually look for your brand owners or your recyclers and all this thing. Yeah, so that's the end of my presentation. I have Daniela and myself will be here. Yeah, do contact us. Thank you very much.
So, any questions? One question only. Well, we have two questions over here. Okay. So, anyone first? Okay. Yeah, sir. Okay.
No, we can't, because we are like a PP or a PET. Chemically, it is a recycled one is the same. You would what is working is if you put a tracer in it, then we can identify. So if a tracing technology like a master batch is included, then we can identify. But the recycle that is chemically, it is it is the same looking at wool to differentiate cashmere with normal wool. Yeah. But we maybe this application I didn't show. We have one application, for example, for a compound, a PEPP mix compounding. There we, for example, we can outline percentage of each, and compostable material as well. There we can distinguish it's biodegradable or not.
Yep. Yeah. Pain, yeah. Certain level of pain we can. Of course, we will have to study what pain that is. Yeah. So typically we have a lot of things. For chemitol, we actually even have a pain detach. Yeah, that we can actually remove all these kind of pains. Yeah. So it's something that we can try. Yeah. We need to do some line trial. Yeah. You're talking about 1-2 pieces in the lab. No issue. We can definitely do that. Yeah. So typically we will go to the line and then we'll work it out with the customers. Yeah. Understand better.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Our, our pricing is the following. You pay for the hardware components. So you buy the spectrometer, and then you can subscribe to the database. You can make a subscription for 1 year or for 5 years. The 1 year we are doing for customers who want to maybe test out the business case or want to be flexible and maybe switch applications. And if you order more applications, you get also a discount. But our applications are all updates are included in the price. So just to give you a number, this big plastics database with the 30 different plastic grades, where you can also differentiate a PA6 and 6.6, this is a yearly fee of roughly 2,000 ringgit. Yeah. Yeah, annually. Yeah, but updates are included. So if updates are coming, like for example, now we are planning EVA to add in, so that is already priced in. Yeah. We have, I think, around 9 databases. Plus, at the end of the year, we will launch a tool, a software tool. It's called Creator Studio, to create your own database. Because what I've shown you here today, these are basically to buy off the shelf databases. So these are databases maintained by us, and we are also taking care of adding materials and putting them in. But yeah, a lot of customers, they have some exotic material which they cannot find in the database, and that's why by end of the year you will also have a tool to create your own database. And then you have basically the whole flexibility also, which I forgot to mention. We have also an application set to analyze liquids with the tool. So you can also, there might be a business case to look at if a honey is real or not real, if it's punched or not, and that would be then also possible to do with the device. Of course, comparing to an FTIR, we don't cover the whole range, and spectral range is up to 40,000 nanometers. Our device is for quick checks, and if you are just starting off, and yeah. But in terms of functionality, we are also, like with this correlation app, to do quality checks. I mean, with the reference curves in the FTIR, there we are also trying to add more and more functions and flexibilities.
All right. Thank you. So just to wrap up, right? For today only, not only today, for MPMA members, right? We will actually want you to register your interest, and then Daniela will be able to give a very, very special pricing for this. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ricky and Daniela. Okay, for this session, we'll be talking about the recycling technologies. Of course, all the trials givings can be resolved if in futures that's standards for designing. So from just now, what the technology show you is like we have to remove the stickers, we have to remove the glue, and so on and so forth. And we hopefully that in near futures, the brand owners or the producers will have better design so that we can skip those problems and can save some cost for recycling. So we move into the next sessions, the panel discussions for chemical recycling, as well as Solid Waste Corporation will have some talk to us. We welcome Mr. Fadas, and we invite Puan Aini from SW Corp to join us. Puan Aini? Oh, sorry, we're a bit late. Well, we try to palm you as much information as possible, so bear with us. Cut short some rest times, then we have some more information to grab back. Thank you, Puan. Okay. Apa. Mana je.
What pointer? Laser like oh, front back. Okay. Hello. Job item. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Very good morning. All right. Thank you for having us today. So my name is Muhammad Firdaus Abu Bakar. I'm from Petronas Chemicals Group, from Petronas Marketing, Labuan. So today we just want to share what we have in our portfolio. Yeah. So before we proceed with my sharing, allow us to share what is Petronas all about. So we have been established in 1974. So today is and we're just celebrating our 50 years anniversary. And as of now, we have about 50,000 employees around the world. Yeah. And alhamdulillah, we are listed in a Fortune Global 500 company. We're present in more than 100 countries lah, yeah, as of now, which is be it from upstream and be it from for our downstream business. Alhamdulillah, Petronas is integrated business, which is we got our resources from oil and gas, and all these resources will be processed into our LNG and gas, LPG, and also for the petrochemicals product, which is specifically for our polymer products. And also we have a range of petroleum products, such as for transportation sector. And latest, we involve in a clean energy solution under Gentari, which we provided the renewable energy, hydrogen, and green mobility. On top of that, we also involve in our maritime and logistic, also in property. Yeah. So this is our presence as of now. We are located here, and most of in the US and South America, actually, our presence is from our PCG business under special chemical business, specialty business. And then we also expanding our business under lubricant products. So Alhamdulillah, our first plant in Malaysia was the ABF, Asian Bintulu Fertilizers Ramberhad, established in 1985. And as of now, we have about 80 subsidiaries with the JVs and stated companies. And for today, we have about 15.4 million ton per annum of production, with market capitalization about 57.3 billion as of 31st December 2023. And we have been listed, the PCG, Petronas Chemical Group, have been listed since 2010. So now it's about 14 years in the market. And for PCG itself, we have about 6,465 workforce to ensure that we can provide the products and the solution to the market. So for Petronas, the sustainability lens and PCG sustainability framework, actually we are anchoring with the four main pillars, which is the first one is continued value creation, positive social impact, responsible governance, and safeguard the environment, which is we want to ensure that whatever we provide to the market, we will base on these four pillars, and which is if we go by one, we have under the economic, environmental, and social, and at the end, it will govern by the ESG, the SDG 14 as well. So since the market is increasing, people in the world is keep on increasing, and we are pretty sure the demand on plastic is also increased. There's more and more demand in the medical devices, in the construction, in transportation. So a lot of plastic material will be needed to ensure that all of these requirement can be met. Yeah, so we can see the demand for plastic itself increased by doubles. Yeah, doubles from from 2020, it increased double growth to 976. And in Malaysia itself, about 1.6 metric ton of plastic was imported to Malaysia, yeah, and in 2019, and about 82%, which is we can translate it in about 1.4 metric ton was disposed. And this number translated into this chart, which is 42%, it goes to unsanitary landfill. And then only about 23% goes back to recycle stream. But if we look back on the global data, 50% of this waste goes back to the landfill. And this 16% material goes back to recycle stream, which is it is too low from the target. As of now, the target is about 30%. So very long journey to get this 30% number, yeah. And the rest goes to the incinerator, and still we have mismanaged, which is some of the waste we can find in the ocean, on the street, because of littering issue. Again, some of the brand owners, they start to pledge to the market. They want to ensure that their products was reduced using the virgin material, and then start to incorporate the PCR. The baseline is about 30% of PCR into the end product articles. But we can see from here, yeah, how their performance as of now. Oh, sorry. You have Nestle, PepsiCo, and Unilever. Decreased virgin plastic use. As of 2018, Nestle pledged their usage about 955, and their target by 2025, next year, I don't know whether can achieve or not, yeah, is 640. As of 2022, they only their virgin consumption reduced a bit from 955 to 965K. How about PepsiCo? PepsiCo, one of the brand owners as well. Yeah. Instead of reducing, we can see the increase in number. 2020 2182. Unfortunately, in 2022, they increase it, but the target is 2073. So guess something wrong is here, that PepsiCo need to reduce actually, not increase the virgin material. And last but not least is our Unilever. The number is 639 in 2019, and they did some improvement. They reduced the virgin material in 2022 to 554, and the target 320. And hopefully, all these brand owners can achieve what they have pledged to the market. Yeah. Right. Okay. So Petronas circular economy approach. So in we still stand with our 5 approach, which is circular carbon, repurpose and reuse, sharing model, bio solution, and waste to product, which is under Petronas chemical groups. We park our initiative under waste to product. And as a group of company, Petronas, we also have an initiative under circular carbon, which is will be translated by all the OPU in Kertih and PREF and the upstream team. Repurpose and reuse, usually we will, for example, the old oil rig will be transformed to another usage, yeah. And sharing the model, some of the equipment and parts from one plant can be used by another parties, which is we would transfer all these old equipment it can be used by another OPU, yeah. And bio solution, we park under our PRSB, Petronas Research. So they are heavily doing a lot of research which is related to the circular economy. One of the initiative that you can get it from the news, our collaboration with Sarawak government, Sarawak states, which is under the algae initiative, which is to produce the biofuel from the algae planting. So as of now, as you have known, and we have published in the news, Petronas proceed with the FID to have our own first advanced chemical recycling plant, which is we as a responsible company to ensure that we contribute back to the society to manage the waste issue in Malaysia. So we decided to build up our advanced chemical recycling plant, which is located in PREF. This advanced, this advanced chemical recycling plant located in Pengerang, near to our PREF integrated production line, which is this unit actually it will be incorporated in our existing plant. We have our refinery, our post-consumer production, which is the polymer plant. And by having this recycling plant, or we call it PACE, so actually we will collect the waste from the market. We will send back to our facility, produce it to have our pyrolysis oil. So this pyrolysis oil will be sent back to our refinery plant, and the refinery plant will refine it and will get the end product for our feedstock to be used in our polymer plant. So that's how our effort to ensure that we close the loop from the linear economy to be the circular economy. As of now, the progress is very well, and hopefully the first product will be in the market, inshallah, by 2026 or 2027, somewhere like that. Yeah, and we will keep posted to ensure that you're aware on our progress. On top of that, to ensure that everything, our target still aligned and we can achieve. So we have 4 pillars under this circular economy as well, which is under infrastructure, innovation, education, and clean up. For the infrastructure, actually we are partnering with our local municipal to ensure that the collaboration with waste management company to improve recovery of recycled material. So we work closely with SW Corp, we work closely with our local municipal to ensure that all these waste can recover, to ensure that our PACE, our advanced recycling plant will get the feedstock. Yeah. On top of that, we develop the technology solution to turn the waste into valuable resources. As I mentioned just now, we embark with our new advanced recycling plant and focusing on the plastic waste. Yeah. And we come to the public, to the community, to educate, to give them the right information on the plastic and on the waste management. Because as of now, everybody keep on telling the pollution because of the plastic waste. But if we look back, the fact is not because of plastic pollute the environment, but because of human behavior. We don't know how to manage our waste. We don't know how to, how to do the segregation. We don't know where we want to send this all the waste. Everything will be put in the same bag, and then all this waste will be sent to the landfill, which is this is not right. Yeah, and we should educate our people. We should educate our family and friends to ensure that the first thing first, we need to do the segregation at source. Yeah, to segregate all the waste. You put the plastic material in one bin, the paper is in one bin, and your food waste in one bin. And actually, this will help our municipal to prolong our landfill shelf life. As of now, if I'm mistaken, the landfill shelf life about 5 years. But because of there's a lot of waste that we send back to this landfill, it shortened the shelf life, the service life of the landfill. And on top of that, this under education, we also want to emphasize that the climate change that we are having now, we can feel increase of the temperature, the global warming effect, not because of basically they will attack the plastic or whatnot, but not because of this pollution, but because of the food waste that we send to the landfill. In Malaysia, if I'm mistaken, it's about 40% the food waste to the landfill. 40% of the food waste is sent to the landfill. Francis start to stop me. So last but not least, on the clean up, so we come to the community to do the cleanup activity to ensure that they come forward together with us to make their environment cleaner and better. Yep, that's about it. If you have any question, please come forward. Please approach us. We are more than happy to assist you. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fidas from PCG. So before we move in, 1974, 50 years old. So I'm celebrating my birthday together with Petronas. So it will be great. Then don't forget any birthday party, call me up. Okay, just one things that to remind the recyclers, you can see that what Mr. Fadaus presented. A lot of brands owners start to reduce to use the virgin, meaning that they need the recycled plastics to top up. So in the other words also, even for any petrochemicals company, Petronas, Dows, and any others, it's pretty sure that they need to find a gap, meaning that their products, beside virgin, they have to put in the recycled contents, the recycled content not only in the products but into their resins to come out with a new product which contains recycled contents. So it's a good business opportunity. So just to show to everyone that like Petronas is using their chemical recycling plants to produce against the recycled contents so that they can fill in the gap. I believe so. So okay, then we move into our next speakers from SW Corp. Panani. Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello, test. Is it working? It's okay, right? Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. So the previous one. Okay. So my name is Aini Haida from SW Corp. It's actually the agency, the enforcement agency for the solid waste. Already, I just pegang je. All right. Okay. So my side is from the research and technology division from SW Corp, the headquarters in Cyberjaya. So today I'm not going to talk about the technology and all the bombastic words just I heard from this morning. So I'm just want to tell you on the rubbish talk. It's actually a rubbish talk actually. So want to share about you what is the scenario of the waste management in here in Malaysia especially. Okay, so this is the overview of the solid waste management in Malaysia. It's a bit different from the other country. It's a bit different from the developed country. So whereas in Malaysia, waste management is being federalized. It's one of the country in the world federalized their waste management. So meaning that for the previous year on the 2006, it's still under the local authority purview. But afterwards, in 2007, so been federalized taken over by the government, taken over by the federal government. So through the Solid Waste and Public Cleansing Management Act, or we know as Act 672, right? So and then after 2008, so they established SW Corp. So whereas I'm working here now for the SW Corp. Okay, so right after 2011, so there is a federalized and for the waste management sector. So meaning that we privatize. Before that, it's been done by the local authority. Then after that, it's been privatized to the concessionaire. Okay. Afterwards, there is a monitoring been monitored by the SW Corp. So we have most likely 1,000 arms for the enforcement to do all the enforcement, kawasili and everything for the waste management. And afterwards, we establish the regulation for the waste separation at source, or we call it as a SARS, separation at source, right? And moving forward is the 2016. So we gazette a regulation, which is more likely towards you all as an industrial player for the regulation for industry, commercial, and institution, right? Okay, so here is the picturistic of the Enforcement Act 672, a bit different from the other acts, whereas the Act 672 only adopt for the 7 states only, right? So the other state still no longer adopt 672, mean is under the jurisdiction of local authority. But moving so the 7 states which is covered from Perlis, Kedah, wilayah Pusat Kuala Lumpur, KL, Putrajaya, Pahang, Johor, Negeri Sembilan, and Melaka. Soon, there are going to be Selangor and Penang coming together with Act 672. So the other states like in Kelantan, Terengganu, in Perak, still not adopting for the Act 672. Okay. So what are we doing for this Act 672? Those states that we enforce. So we need to enforce the Act 672 regulation. There is a 15 of regulation related on the 672. So still we not left out the state that we are not adopted for 672. We still insist to assist on the awareness. All right. Okay. So these are the regulations that I mentioned just now. Is Act 672. Okay, under 672, there is about 15 regulations related on the waste. One of it is the importation of plastics, and also regulation for the ICI, meaning the industrial, commercial, and institutional is more related on your industry. On top of that, we have 14 guidelines. If you want to build facilities for the plastic recycling, if you want to build any development or related on the waste, they need to obey with the regulation for the guidelines. So the policy as well, we at the moment, we have 3 policy related on the waste management. One is the National Solid Waste Management Policy, the National Cleanliness Policy, and the newly recent launch is the Blueprint. So these are the National Circular Economy Blueprint, whereas they give a guidance how to transform from the linear economy. Linear means that the whatever that you consume, you just dispose. To move from the linear economy to the circular economy. Just what have Mr. Petronas has mentioned just now, meaning the waste as a new resources. So it's circulate back to the consumers. It's circulate back to the country as well. Okay, next. Am I going too fast or still can catch up? Francis say give a thumbs up to me already. All right, next. It's quite a boring actually topic on the regulation, blah, blah, blah thing. But this is the actual what happened on the ground for the waste management. All right, so next. Next is me, sorry. I hold the key, okay. Okay, so these are the concessions that I just mentioned just now. So those states that adopt for 672 on the upper region is under e-idaman, environment endowment. So if your company, if your industry plays at those area, the concessionaire is e-idaman. All right. On the central region is Alam Flora, which cover for the KL, Putrajaya, and also Pahang. On the southern region is covered by SWM. SWM environment, remember that. Okay, it's covered Johor, Negeri Sembilan, and Melaka. Okay, next. So these are what I'm saying that the transformation has been done from the federal government back in 20 years already, since 2008 until now. So we have transformed our storage back then back in 20 years before. So there's no storage to put our waste. But now if you go for each houses, you have your own receptacle. So that is actually owned by the government. So we paid for the bins, all right? So that is easier for you to store your waste. Because it's not the daily, everyday routine you have to, there is a collector, compactor, everyday pickup, no. That receptacle is meant for 2 days collection, okay? So after that is a waste collection. Previously, you just pick up and then put in the tricycle, but now we purchase a new compactor. It's such a big, huge numbers of compactors that we need to purchase, but still is being burden to the government as well, right? Transportation, also we managed to transform the open tipper, the normal lorry, paper lama, everything, we transformed to the new open lorry and compactor as well. And the most important thing is on the disposal side. Previously, back then in 20 years ago, so there is open burning here and there. But now we transform and we safely close whatever the open dump site, become a safe closure landfill. And also we open up a new sanitary landfill, okay? So these are for the public cleansing. We are not only controlling for the solid waste management, but as well for the public cleansing. Public cleansing which cover on the road cleaning, road cleansing, drain cleansing, and also grass cutting. Previously, it's all the manual. They just cut only. But now we transform using a mechanized. So mechanized equipment and machineries. Okay. Okay, so these are the numbers as today. To cover, to manage all the 7 states, so we need all these numbers. The total asset is about 3,600 asset of the big machineries and equipments that we have. Okay. Okay, somebody just now mentioned about the landfill. The lifespan of the landfill in Bukit Taga, we predicted about the 30 years, but now is keep on yes. So in Malaysia, for total 7 states, I'm just saying for this 7 states, it's about 36 facilities for the waste management. So on top of that is 9 is a sanitary landfill. What does it mean, the sanitary landfill? Sanitary means there is a safely closed, there is a water treatment plant, there is a leachate treatment plant there is a ventilation for the air, for the gas flaring. So we monitor all the emission for the layman term. Okay, so there is a 9 sanitary landfill. Others is non-sanitary landfill. There is a 12 sanitary landfill. So you can see all the list down there. Is it something related to your area? Okay. Okay. These are our main focus. We are the enforcement agency to enforce the Act 672. So as at to date, so we already eradicate illegal dumping. So as of 2014 until now, so there is about 194 cases prosecuted at court. I mean, disabit salah, right? So there is a layman word. So it's about 10,000 illegal dumping hotspot has been closed from our side. And this is the separation at source. It's more related for today's topic. It's on the segregation and separation of source. There is a regulation. So we did inspected. It's about 1.8 million houses. In total, for the 7 states we are about 1.8 million houses, landed houses in Malaysia. So we already inspected each and every one, every houses, and it's about 709 issued notice compound, and also 441 compound offences issued to the public for this separation at source offences. All right, so these are the actual scenario happens in Malaysia. We have conducted a study on 2012, and now we are recently still ongoing studies. That study shows that every one of us here in this hall generate 1.1 kg of waste, starting from early in the morning up until evening. Sampai tidur is about 1.17 per person, per house. So meaning that if you have 4 times 4 for each house, okay? And total for one day, meaning that we have a conference today, we have, when we go back there, we still generate waste. Total for one day is about 39,000 tons per day. Just imagine. So we need to monitor, we need to manage them accordingly. So not only to go to the landfill, they need to be separated, they need to be segregated. Okay, all in all, for 1 year, it's about 14 million ton. This is not how to say, this is the actual figure actually. It's the actual figure that we have been studied. Inilah, this is the data. And on top of that, so what are the waste comprises? It's comprised from the food waste. Kita banyak makanan yang terbuang. The food waste. Bazir. So it's about 34.45. This is the latest actual data that we have carried for 26 landfill in Malaysia. What we do is we located 7 days in the landfill. We dig, we collect all the waste and we separate it each categories. And for that food waste is the highest one, is 35.45. But the second ranking goes to the plastic. It's your industry. It's about 29.94. This is comprised with all the PP. Just now I heard about the PP, HDP, LC, and it's not LC, PC, and all of the plastic rigid is falls under 26.94. I can give you the separate the categories later on. If you approach me after this, I can give you the categories. So it's by HDPE, PP, blah 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 blah. But as an overall for the plastic, it's about 26.94. It's a huge amount. It's a huge amount. All right. Followed by the diapers, it's about 8.919. It's booming, actually, it's booming for the diapers. Yes, we have an adult, we have a woman, we have kids. It's booming for the diapers. So it's also give a headache for us to get what are the kind of technology to treat on the diapers. Yes. All right. And also for the papers, 10.34. Garden waste is about 3.34. Glass, 1.74. And also it's booming up is a fabric. There's so much fabric in the landfill, aside from the plastic. Right? It's about 3.13. And used beverage carton is about 1.07. All right, next. Okay, these are the national recycling rate. So we have set a target for the national recycling rate. By 2025, it should be 40% of national recycling rate. So as for now, 2023, it's about 35.38. These are the numbers that we declare every year. Every year, this is the number that we declare for the Malaysian recycling rate is about 35.38. To compare with the developed country, we are still low, right? Okay. Francis, this is the last one. All right, so these are the recycling facilities that we do have, monitored by the SW Corp and also other PBTs. So we have, all in all, we have 4,000 drop-off cage. If you are living in the state that I mentioned before, so there is a cage for you to drop off your recyclable item. So for the Act 672, we schedule for the 2+1. 2 is for the residual waste coming from your house. That +1 is the recyclable. So these are the facilities to drop off your recyclable item, not only for the plastic, but other items as well. So there is 535 recycling vendors. So these are the vendors that actually registered with us. I understand, and we do understand that there is an informal sector for the recycling. It's very hard for us to capture all of the vendors to come and register for us. But this is only the data that we have. I'm sure in the market there is a huge more. So we have a community recycling center, buyback center. Even we collaborate with the H&M for the collection points for the fabric, and we have a reverse vending machine for you to get a redemption reward up to that stage. And also we also collaborate with the JAS for the e-waste as well. And also at the moment we are implementing for the drive-through center. And also we have 17 PPR who are established for the zero waste. So these are the facilities that we facilitate the public. Okay, lastly is the public awareness. Not only do we do the arms for the enforcement, but we do also assist on the public awareness to enhance on the recycling. So we do have a trash for cash is for the kindergarten, primary, for the institution as well. And we do have a talks and exhibition as and when. And our main program is the trash to cash, hargai makanan, buang sampah, dalam tong sampah, and a new one is Hari Kita Semula Kebangsaan yang kita akan lancarkan bulan 11 nanti. Then we do have a PERKIS and a DTRC. So these are all the efforts, initiative from the government to the public to enhance on the recycling activities. Okay, I think that's about it. So last one, Mr. Francis and Dato. So we do have our seminar also coming on this 13 and 14. So I would like to invite all of you to come and join us on this 13 and 14. It's more towards on the sustainable waste management. Right. So I think that's about it.
Thank you, Wani. Okay, Wani, I think the reports that last statistic was in year 2012. We believe that this year will have a new research after about 12 years. I think SW Corp is conducting a new research. I think we believe the new statistics should be available by hari kita semula. Cannot still by end of this year. Okay. So every few years we have our government agencies will have a research against. So for recyclers, two things to let you know. The very first thing is like SW Corp officers, the enforcement officers is every day at the port, Penang Port, Johor Port, as well as Klang Port to check the plastic scrap that you import. Anything that is not fulfill the criteria have to send back. And then the second thing is to SW Corp will send you a research statistic checkings. So please fill in as voluntary how many local scrap you use and all those things and feedback to SW Corp so that the data that they can get will be more accurate. Okay, so at the moment, any questions from the audience? Yes, Mr. Sisicha.
Your annual recycling rate, how exactly do you measure the, I think that every year it grows by about 1%. How exactly do you measure that? And number two, how many recycling sector, how much do you collect, how much of scrap do you collect a year?
Right. Okay, the first question, how do we calculate on the national recycling rate? Okay, as Datuk mentioned that we already send a questionnaire to all the recyclers, and we call the recyclers is our end user, right? So how to know that this company is an end user? Meaning right to the end that is a waste become a new resource for another industry. That's what we call as end user. So actually it's a simple mathematic, Mr. Chia. So whatever the waste has been recycled, divided by how much is the waste disposed at the landfill. That's about it. But how to get the waste amount of waste being recycled, that's a very tricky part. Okay, so we cannot assume. For the government, we cannot assume. So we must have an actual figure. So that actual figure, just what MPMA has mentioned, that we need to get real data from your side. So we have carried out a survey and questionnaire to the recycler and end user to get how much is the waste being recycled in the industry. And on the bottom line, for the how much is the waste disposed is very much easier for us because we control on the landfill. So we have the data for the how much is the waste disposed. All right, so the second one is, yes, we do monitor the facilities for the drop-off center, DTRC, and blah, blah, blah. So there is amount of waste being recycled, but that one cannot be comparable, whatever that you have been recycled in industry. The number is so small. So we cannot use that number to carry out for the recycling rate. Right.
So, okay, then Francis, pass back to you. Who? Oh, Thomas? Okay. So, okay, we thank you, Fidas from PCG and Puan Aini from SW Corp. Thank you very much. I'll pass to, you have no refreshment, right?
Please go and grab a cup of coffee and come back to the room. We have to continue. Thomas, are you online with us? Thomas, can you put on your video?
Yeah, hello, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Can you put on your video? Thomas, hi, good morning. Okay, Thomas, thank you so much. Wait, Dato will introduce you.
Hi, my friends, Mr.
Hello.
Thomas. You can see me, you can't, right?
Yeah.
Johnson here, anyway. Okay, the audience, we just introduced AEPW, Alliance to End Plastic Waste by Mr. Thomas. We're talking about the financial funding to end plastic pollutions. It will be a very interesting topic. So, Mr. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Now, let me see if I can get the sharing of the screen working. Can I check with you? It's working there? Yeah, can I check with you? It's working?
Yeah, Thomas, yes.
Okay.
It's
All right.
clear. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation to address and speak to all of you there. We've always enjoyed interaction between the Alliance to End Plastic Waste and PMA and the community as a whole in Malaysia. I've had the pleasure of hearing quite a lot of you speak, and it all lines up with our mission to try and end plastic waste, and more importantly, I think to develop the pathways to circularity. So whilst the theme this morning for my short talk is around financial funding, I mean, the whole motivation here is to deliver a circular economy for plastics. And therefore, the mission of the Alliance is not only to remove plastic waste from the environment, but also to develop that pathway to circularity. So let me move on here. We've heard from our PCG friends about the quantum of the challenge with respect to plastic waste and waste management in general. These are some numbers, and here I'm starting to bring in the theme around finance and financing. So I like to show you, instead of tons or instead of kilograms, much more about dollars. So I bring the dollar perspective into the picture here. As we all know, the world goes around driven by finance and money, basically, including the daily lives that we live. So the fact of the matter is 3 billion people around the world still bury or dump and or openly burn their waste. In low-income countries, 90% of their waste is basically either dumped or burnt. That's a big challenge. That's a very big issue. We talk about waste mismanagement. In fact, the World Bank has stated that nearly all of the waste in the environment, including the ocean, of course, is due to mismanagement. So that's one area that we need to think about and focus in terms of trying to address them. What some consultants have estimated, to end plastic waste in the environment, you need about $1.2 trillion. $1.2 trillion is a lot of money. You're not talking about hundreds of billions. You're talking about thousands of billions dollars. So this is the quantum of the challenge. I recall that the previous president of COP28 was addressing the conference that took place in the UAE, and he basically his focus was around the need to drive financing to address the problem. And he specifically stated that he's not talking about billions of dollars, he's talking about trillions of dollars. So here when it comes to plastic waste, because plastic is so present in our daily life, including everything around you right now in the room, it is very important that we understand the scale of the challenge, not only in terms of tonnage, but also in terms of dollars. So we're not talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. We're talking about serious financing required here if we want to move the needle when it comes to addressing the challenge of ending plastic waste in the environment. And we heard from our PCG friends earlier on that if we don't address this thing, we have a big problem. By 2040, we have a massive problem addressing plastic waste in the environment. So the message here is it's important to address them as quickly as we can. Again, sticking with numbers, we can look at it from a reverse point of view. Rather than looking at it from a challenge point of view, we're looking at it from an opportunity point of view, which I think in this conference is tried to address as well in terms of value in the marketplace. So you can see here plastic packaging material value in the marketplace. Just looking at plastic packaging, you're talking about $183 billion. And what is not collected for recycling or recovery is in the order of $68 billion. Now, $40 billion of that is destroyed basically due to incineration for thermal recovery. There's a loss due to open loop recycling of 25 billion. And about $50 billion is recovered in recycling. So the scale of this thing is, again, enormous, but we're looking at potentially a loss value of $133 billion. So if you look at what's not recycled, we look at what's been burned, we look at the sort of the approach towards linear economy. 133 billion of value is lost by not delivering circularity. Only 50 billion is sort of recovered. That's again, I want to stress the scale of the challenge here. Now, the challenge is huge, as you all know. I think I'm speaking to an audience which is highly educated. If you look at the statistics here, it is at first glance, massively challenging. But that also presents, the opportunity for us. And here I'm speaking to like-minded people, and it's about how do we recover that value? How do we address this challenge around recovering that 133 billion potential value into back to the economy? So the Alliance to End Plastic Waste was formed so that we try and create solution to start catalyze and drive positive impact that affects the community. These solutions, basically include, of course, growing the understanding of the challenge, which is part of this conversation that I have with you. But we also need to, drive transformational sort of action and solution, and by catalyze not only, sort of industry as a whole, but also catalyze the community, catalyze the financial institutions, and catalyze governments to be involved in this whole process. Because no one single institution can actually address this massive problem that we have in the world with respect to plastic waste in the environment. Collaboration, you'll hear this a lot, and I hope you will continue to talk about collaboration, is essential. Due to the scale of the issue, so as we said earlier on, it's not $1 billion problem, it's $1 trillion problem. So here, the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, we're trying to focus on sustainable solutions, which obviously needs to be underpinned by economic viability. It needs to be environmentally beneficial, and it needs to be socially responsible. We hear a lot about social justice. Particularly, later on, I'll address this issue around the Global Plastic Treaty. There is a very strong theme around, social justice. There is a strong theme around, obviously, driving for outcomes. And the Alliance see ourselves as a kind of a laboratory that we come up with solutions that can be replicable, but more importantly, scalable. Beyond just being able to demonstrate that something is able to happen. Now, the Alliance is probably the only non-profit in the world that has the full value chain of participants, from a global perspective. So you see here, we have member companies which are basically producing polymers. So these are companies like, for example, Shell and Exxon and Total and Dow and BASF. We heard BASF presenting earlier on some of their approach towards circularity. But we also have brand companies. So Procter & Gamble, for example, is a member company, and we have Converters as our family of member companies, including waste management like Veolia in here, and obviously recyclers as well, as part of our member company family. And it stretches across the world, right? It stretches from the US to Europe to Japan to India to China. So we have Sinopec, for example, as a member. We have Reliance as a member. And hopefully in time to come, we will look forward to welcoming Petronas into this family of industry players forming the alliance to try and address the plastic waste problem. We also have strategic partners that help us with this whole process. You can see ISWA there, you can see JICA, you can see EY, the Circular Initiative, a few consultants there helping us with this whole process. And together we work collaboratively to try and drive this laboratory of sustainable solutions to drive towards circularity. So far, we have about 50 projects across the world. You can have a sample of this. So with projects not only in Asia, but primarily in Asia, as you can see, that's where our focus is, which is why the board has chosen to place our global head office in Asia, specifically, of course, Singapore, where we can try and make an impact in this particular region. But equally, we do have effort and projects elsewhere around the world, including North America, South America, Africa, and Europe as well. So we have teams spreading in all those locations, members who work in those locations, but come together with respect to our strategy, with respect to the way we develop projects, driven by the head office here in Singapore. We measure ourselves, and we're driven by these few key KPIs. So starting from the left, you can see, for example, the KPI, like we pride ourselves in developing solution model. We want to be able to reduce unmanaged waste. You can see from the fourth circle from the left, we measure ourselves in terms of tonnage or kilotons that we have been able to reduce in terms of the unmanaged plastic waste into the environment, but we also measure ourselves and capture value from waste. So how much of that plastic waste is brought back into the economy through recycling. We also measure ourselves, and this is the focus of our session this morning, how much we have mobilized capital. Because it's no good just looking at tonnage, it's no good looking at just solution, but as reminded earlier on, we need trillions of dollars in order to move the needle when it comes to addressing plastic waste in the environment. So mobilized capital has been quite a focus for the Alliance, particularly in the last 12 months. I would like to encourage this audience here to step up your engagement also with financial institutions, because you need funds for all the effort that you do. Whether you are a private operator or a public operator, funds are necessary in order to make things happen. And of course, then we have other associated KPIs that we measure ourselves against, like, for example, create social benefit through a number of lives touched and new jobs created. And quite importantly, actually, association with climate impact. Because again, studies have shown that the best way to mitigate greenhouse gas when it comes to waste is through recycling rather than incineration and even landfill. So it has a positive impact when it comes to the contribution towards climate change. So let me focus a little bit more around the mobilization of capital. Here we look at, we have now a division that specifically work towards impact finance initiative. And we look at co-financing. So the Alliance with the contribution from the member companies are able to focus around how do we use the few $1 million that we have in order to motivate and catalyze a few $100 million that's in the community. We also work on enabling access to growth capital. So we bring the financial community into the conversation. We bring financial community into specific projects and into specific campaigns. And finally, we're working on a number of blended finance activity where we talk about private-public partnership. We talk about public funds commingling with private funds enabled by, for example, philanthropy sort of contribution. And the whole motive here is not to raise a few $1 million, but the motive here is to try and move the scale up from a few $1 million to tens of millions of dollars to hundreds of millions of dollars, and eventually to billions of dollars that's required to address this problem. So a couple of examples. Before going to the examples of where we have been focusing on in terms of our financial effort, just to give you a flavor of the impact that the Alliance has been able to deliver in the last few years. So in 2023, you can see here we've reduced nearly 120 kilotons of unmanaged plastic waste and valorized about 130 kilotons of that plastic waste. Now, of course, I just want to point out that these are good numbers, but they are far from what is required in order to make an impact with respect to the global challenge around plastic waste. But nevertheless, I think we are making progress and increasing in the amount of impact that's out there. You can also see towards the bottom part of the slide that since our inception, nearly $370 million in funding has been committed by the member companies and impact investors to advance the mission. So, nowhere near, of course, the billions of dollars that's required, but, we're starting to talk about material financing here with respect to where we want to drive this journey. So specifically on some examples of where the Alliance have been focusing on with respect to our financial impact. So we can see here that a very recent announcement that we are working with what we call development financial institutions, organizations like AIIB, which is the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank. Other DFIs include World Bank, ADB, and there's a very long list actually of such development financial institutions. But this one is specifically with AIIB and the ministry in Indonesia, where we are basically collaborating with AIIB. You can see that AIIB is going to commit $150 million to address waste management, and the Alliance will be contributing to that $150 million to specifically drive plastic circularity in that scope. So in that whole effort, we are latching on to big sums of money, which development institutions can actually offer, but we try to catalyze some of that funding with our own, but focusing around plastic circularity. And this project or this initiative is undergoing. You can see, if you go to AIIB website, you can see the announcements specific on what this funding is going to do. There are actually 3 components. One of the components talks about facilitation using the funding to build facilities like materials recovery. So, in our industry, the language is MRFs. And he talks about bringing the material back into the economy. So this is a very recent example. There will be more announcement coming out in the near future, so do watch out for that. The Alliance have also, part of our financing effort is also to work with investment managers. So in this particular case, back in 2022, the Alliance, together with Lombard Odier Investment Managers, which is a Swiss private bank, has announced the intention to launch a new plastic circularity fund. And the aim is to raise $500 million in order to basically develop scalable solutions to remove plastic waste from the environment, increase recycling, and drive basically global transition to the circular economy. So this fund, the Lombard Odier Plastic Circularity Fund, is now in operation. It has closed the first project, whereby it would fund, to drive towards circularity. It has, it is in the process of raising towards 100 million, and as you can see, the eventual target is $500 million in order to get there. So these are just two examples of what the Alliance is doing. There are ongoing discussions with many other parties, but it's great to see that development financial institutions are coming into this game of addressing plastic waste in the environment. Other examples are like ADB, the Asia Development Bank. Recently in May this year, the Asian Development Bank has approved $500 million of loan to strengthen Indonesia's program to reduce plastic marine debris. So not only AIIB, but also ADB is coming in with $500 million. AIIB, just going back to AIIB, announced in January 2024, so this year, that they are providing $200 million to Bangladesh to address waste management challenges, which includes, building MRFs. In fact, if you go to the report of where this $200 million would go to, it also talks about chemical recycling. So this $200 million that AIIB is providing will include providing funding for chemical recycling. The World Bank, from their website, it says since the year 2000, the World Bank has committed over $4.7 billion to more than 340 solid waste management programs in all 6 regions of the World Bank engagement. So these are institutions that can make material change in order to move the needle towards circularity. And I want to stress again that this is an area where it needs all of us to work together to form the basis on the challenge as to why we want to drive plastic circularity. Again, a slide just to summarize what I have articulated earlier on to you. And then in 2021, you can see under the World Bank category, $210 million will be committed to Karela Solid Waste Management Project to strengthen basically the delivery systems for solid waste management in that region in India. Now we know that the so-called Global Plastic Treaty is being negotiated right now. This is actually not to be underestimated in terms of its implication. A lot of observers, a lot of stakeholders are watching this space very, very carefully. The UN has convened the world, basically, the countries of the world to come together to drive towards what's known as legally binding instrument, commonly known as the Plastic Treaty, to target it to be signed and agreed by the end of this year. So there have been 4 rounds already of intergovernmental negotiations. The last round, which is INC 4, took place in Ottawa, Canada, and the final round is scheduled for early December in Busan, where they hope to land on an agreement. The scale of this effort is just enormous. And if you think about it, it is following the pattern of what has happened with respect to climate change, except much quicker. If you look at the climate change journey when it comes to global effort, it has taken us 20, 30, maybe even longer years to get to the Paris Agreement, which I think is probably the first legally binding agreement on climate change. Whereas when it comes to plastic waste or plastic pollution, it has taken basically, in a span of 24 months or so to get to the point where countries have agreed to come to a legally binding agreement of some sort to address plastic waste in the environment. Now, of course, if you look at different stakeholders, governments and their positions with respect to this particular treaty, there are different views on it. That's been negotiated right now, as I said, but I'm looking forward to basically a very effective treaty that will address the challenge around plastic waste in the environment. So, Dato', I think I will end here. I hope that gives you a flavor of what's required and what's the scale of the challenge when it comes to financing, and what maybe the Alliance and others are doing in providing financing towards the mission to end plastic waste in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Any questions for Thomas? Well, I think this makes more sense that everything will convert into dollar and cents instead of we're only talking about tonnage. So, Francis, thank you. Thanks again, Thomas. You want to have a 5 minutes break? Maybe my presentation I cut short a little bit. What do you think? Huh?
5 minutes.
10 minutes. No time. Okay, is you guys okay? Still can take it? Okay, washroom, all those things. Feel free. Okay, then Thomas, thanks again. Okay, then we continue our next sessions. It's supposed to be 11:20. Okay, now it's about 11:35. We are talking about circular economic policy framework for manufacturing sector. Thank you very much for one of our officers, Yang Mulia, Dr. Tengku Zahaslan from MIPC. Thank you very much for your support. And while they are preparing, you know that actually KPKT also have the other blueprints for circular economic. MIPC will have the other one is for industry. Please take a look. That's very important to us. If you plan for your future developments, you need to understand the circular economics that planned by MIPC. Okay.
Okay, let me.
Take a seat.
Okay. Okay. Still good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. I think for MPMA for inviting MIPC to give a presentation on the circular economy policy framework for the manufacturing sector. Initially, I was wondering why this presentation is in the recycling technology group, but I think the framework is not specific to plastics. It covers all the manufacturing sectors. And I think in the interest of time, I've requested for a video play so that we can probably cut short a bit because the video provides some explanation on the framework. Can we play the video? right. So any questions? But there's no question, we can end the presentation. All right, that is actually the video that was presented during the launching of the circular economy framework that was just launched 2.5 weeks ago by our minister, YB Tengku Zafrul. And basically, the circular economy policy framework is designed to be specifically towards supporting the manufacturing sector. So I think our colleagues from the SW Corp and KBKT has already mentioned about the recently launched CE blueprint for solid waste management. So that is about the management of the solid waste. MIPC is interested to support the manufacturing sector to drive circular economy transition. And this comes from, how do I go next? Play button. Okay. All right. So the CE framework actually comes from the NIMP, the New Industrial Master Plan 2030, which was launched last year in September. So we are turning 1 year old for that particular policy. And if you haven't read or you haven't heard of the New Industrial Master Plan, I recommend you to have a look and have a read, because the NIMP is the master document that outlines in great detail the strategic direction of the Malaysian industry until 2030. Right. So in the NIMP, there is a section that explains about the aspirations for a circular economy model, where it promotes industrial economy that is restorative or regenerative by design using a closed loop material flow. So I think a lot of the presentations before this have talked about closed loop material flow, and all of you are basically experts in this area already, so I don't have to explain in much detail. Essentially, the NIMP has 4 key missions: advancing economic complexity, technology upgrading, mission 3, which is push for net zero, and mission 4 is to safeguard economic security and inclusivity. So the focus is on mission 3. The NIMP wanted to tackle 2 critical issues. One is the environmental case, and also the second one is the economic case. And there are 4 key strategic so there are 4 key strategic strategies that is being designed, and under the 3.3, which is catalyze new green growth areas, there is one action plan, which is to develop the circular economy framework for the industry. So it's very much embedded in the NIMP document. Right. So CE has been in various government policies. So in the in the 12th Malaysia Plan, it is in the 12th Malaysia Plan, it has mentioned Malaysia to be embracing the circular economy as a game changer under the theme of advancing sustainability. And then as mentioned to you that just now, the NIMP, and across other policies like the National Energy Policy, the National Energy Transition Roadmap, of course, the Plastic Sustainability Roadmap that you're familiar with, and there is the blueprint. We've talked a lot about the need for Malaysia to transition to circular economy. In fact, currently the Ministry of Economy is also just kickstarting a study to provide a umbrella policy that covers or basically captures all this policy into one holistic document that will guide the transition. Right. Okay, so just to be clear, the CEPF doesn't cover everything in the manufacturing processes. If you look at this diagram, the one in the green are those that are covered by the framework, which is, you can see the material flow includes the input, process, and consumption. So we do not cover electricity because it's already covered by the energy policies that I mentioned before. We cover heat, water, materials. For process, design, manufacture, and distribute. For consumption, use of product, and post-consumer waste, that's already covered by the KPKT's solid waste management policies. And industrial waste, we do not cover scheduled waste because that is within the prerogative of the Department of Environment. But we do look at non-scheduled waste and also industrial waste. Right. So in developing the CE policy, we have looked at or benchmark basically a lot of policy levers that has been done by other countries. And so we know that CE is not just about recycling; it is also about various other levers, including you can see here in terms of design, in terms of production, and also incentivizing some of the activities. Right. So we do not take basically all. There's a lot of levers here. We don't take everything. We basically carefully select those that may be relevant and more implementable for Malaysia. There has been a lot of discussion about the positive effect of CE. There's a lot of global interest in investing in FDI in CE projects. If you look at the global greenfield investment, there's a growth in the last 2 years, reaching a record high of $6.4 billion in 2022. And the greatest value is currently in plastic recycling, which saw 2 billion in FDI and primarily in non-mechanical recycling. Right. So so these are the full policy levers that we look into, but I'm not going to go into detail because these are not the final framework that we have carefully selected. Right. So it's important to recognize that as countries mature in circularity, the CE policies will cover a greater part of the manufacturing value chain. So countries that are at the beginning of their policy or their CE transition will normally focus more on management of waste with limited involvement of manufacturers. Those that are progressing will still be focused on management of waste, but there will be increased involvement of manufacturers. And I kind of think that we are at that stage right now because there's a lot of awareness among the manufacturers and there's a lot of interest to focus more on not just collection and sorting, but also how you produce and how you distribute your products. For countries that are already at the highest degree of maturity, there will be policies encouraging the adoption of more circular practices across the value chain from as early as from the design stage. Right. So we've done some benchmarking and between countries that are very much mature in their circularity and those in the region, and we can say that Malaysia policies around at this time is aligned with our regional peers, but we are still definitely, of course, lag behind global peers, especially those relating to design, production, and distribution. So if you look at the countries around here, we are very much at the same stage. So there's still a lot of improvement. You can see here that in terms of circular material use rate, and this is taken in 2022, our use rate is at 0.4%, and many countries around the region has not tracked that indicator. But countries like Finland is about 0.6%, not too far behind, in front, and other countries are much better at the circular material use rate. So circular material use rate is basically how much of the waste is being recycled by the country versus how much resources that we are extracting. So obviously, for countries like us, we are still very much extractive. I just flew in from Singapore, and I took the Scoot Airline. It's a Singaporean low-cost airline, and that one goes to Subang Airport. And I think during the landing, I was like, I think if you haven't, you should try book a ticket, a return ticket, and see how much resource extractive we are in Malaysia at the moment. In terms of resource productivity, so the one in green means those countries are doing much better than us, and those in gray are those that are doing less better than us. So you can see that we still have a lot of work to do, and this has been captured by our past speakers in terms of the challenges that needs to be overcome. Right. Okay. So the CEPF, we're trying to make it very simple and easy to understand. So we have these 4 key themes in terms of the circularity and in terms of the aspirations that we want to achieve as a country. The one is on the circular input. How do we get more recyclable materials and in the country? How do we make the process more efficient for the manufacturers so that we optimize our resources? And also, how do we ensure that manufacturers create output that are sustainable, that can be reused by other industries? And this is supported by a range of enablers, because what we realized that initially when we wanted to develop the framework, we were thinking whether we should provide some sort of guidelines at a sectoral level. How do each sector turns into CE sectors? But what we realize is that there are still a lot of, the ecosystem is still not supportive for the manufacturers to transition. There's still a lot of things that is not in place. For example, we don't have sufficient data. We don't have sufficient metrics to identify what is the level of CE activities that we have done in the country. What are the incentives that we can put in place to support CE transition? Right. So the framework provides the aspiration and what we want to achieve by 2030. So it is not trying to, transition into circular economy by 2030. That is being too idealistic or optimistic, because we need to be data driven and we need to be realistic about how much we can go. So for circular input, you can see that we are targeting to have 4 times versus the current rate. So which is our baseline is 2019. So there have been questions about why we use 2019, and that's because firstly, we conducted this study in 2023, where the data in that year was still not available. That's one. Secondly, is that a lot of data during the 2020 and 2021 is a bit questionable because of COVID affecting trade and economic activities. So we thought that is not a very reliable statistics to rely on. And so we targeted 4 times versus the current rate. So in terms of efficient process, we are targeting a 30% increase of resource productivity and sustainable output. We wanted to aim for a 20% reduction of the total waste compared to the 2019 data. And also, we also look at the socio-economic impact. We wanted to have increase the economic complexity by having a gross value added, which is 3 times versus the current, and have 2 times jobs in CE. When we say CE here, we are not we use proxy definition, because Malaysia still doesn't have a real definition of what circular economy activities mean, right? Okay, so the framework outlines 14 proposed initiatives. 7 tackles the 3 themes of circular input, efficient process, and sustainable output. And the next 7 is just purely about enablers. And the reason we have this kind of like, a more balanced numbers of initiatives between these themes and also enablers is because, like I mentioned, one of the key finding during the study was that Malaysia needs to develop the right ecosystem for circular economy activities to flourish. So I will not go into detail on this, but just to highlight that for circular input, we have 2 initiatives. One is to create a critical material trade list. This is to identify what kind of materials that are very important and necessary for the country. And this will require a lot of input from the industry, because they know what are the materials that needs to be in the country, so that the government can make some intervention in terms of making the import better or the export better for those materials. Implementing a minimum circular content requirements, we realize that there is a lot of the need for demand side push to enable to create more demand for circularity. And sorry. Okay, so for efficient process, we're looking to promote new or existing eco-industrial parks. So this is basically leveraging on existing programs. And we wanted to also launch the CE Process Excellence Incubator to provide some sort of like a model factory where industries can some sort of have a better sense of how this can be done in their respective sectors. Okay, so the rest are there's for the sustainable output we have three initiatives. One is to develop guidelines for manufacturers on classification of non-hazardous waste. So right now, I think you all are aware that industries sort their industrial waste according to what the categories that has been in under KPKT. We wanted to make it more specific. So we rely on a lot on how the EU does it, where they have a lot more specific material coding of recyclable materials, so that it can support the reusing or the recycling or the reselling of those products. All right, and that goes to the developing the digital waste to value marketplace. This is I think we will work with the Waste Management Association. They are willing to provide this marketplace, but of course, this marketplace require those material coding and also taxonomy. And finally, is to drive EPR adoption amongst manufacturers. This is also one of the this is also one of the initiatives that has been proposed or promoted by industries that want to transition to sustainable production, but cannot do so because of the unlevel. The playing field is not level with those who produce their products with the traditional take make waste model. All right, so the 14 initiatives here, I'm not going to explain everything. I'm just going to highlight that what we are currently working on right now is firstly is to develop the CE activity taxonomy. So identifying what activities can be classified as CE in the country is one of the needle mover that we have identified. Very necessary to ensure that investments can come in to support those activities. We are also working on establishing a national CE metrics and tracking mechanism, so that we have a dedicated circular economy data that you can rely on to understand how we are moving on as a nation. Right. So this was just launched in about 2.5 weeks ago. And right now, MIPC is currently establishing the dedicated members who will drive or implement these initiatives. We are working to kickstart all the initiatives in 3 waves, starting from this quarter over here, and then by the first quarter 2025, we'll kickstart all these activities, and from second half of quarter 2 of 2025. We'll complete all the 14 initiatives to be kickstarted, not completed, kickstarted. And so these are the key initiatives that will be rolled out from now until 2030. We have launched and published the CEPF framework. It's actually available online. If you have not read it, you can download it in fact, in the last slide, I will give you a QR code. And then we want to announce CE as a key topic for Malaysia ASEAN Chairmanship. So as you're aware, we have just taken over the role of ASEAN Chairmanship, and one of the key activities that we want to champion as a chairman of the ASEAN Chair is on CE. So we wanted to have a regional leadership on circularity. And this is how it's going to be rolled out until 2029. So you can see that the harder to implement activities, as for example, mandatory minimum circular content, legislation of EPR. These are the tough actions that important, but will take more time to be implemented. So we start with those that are a lot more easier to be undertaken. Right. So I think from the manufacturer side, what we need is for you to develop a deeper expertise in your specific capabilities. But I think this is actually my first time giving a talk to the plastic community, and I'm very much appreciate what's been done by MPMA. I think I'm not so concerned about this now, because I can see that even for this conference, we are already talking about developing this deep expertise on sustainability and also circularity. So if it's difficult to read the entire document, I think this is just a one-page snapshot about how the initiatives that has been designed under the framework can help a manufacturer to move towards a circular economy. So you can see the journey from the beginning, from the production all the way until from the input until waste is already taken into account and is being supported. And this transition is supported by the three key enablers, which is the taxonomy I mentioned to you, the metrics, and also some upskilling programs to train more people to be skilled in sustainability and CE. All right, so you can download the document at this QR code. I appreciate everyone for taking the time to listen for this presentation. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, finally. I'm trying to be resource efficient here.
Thank you very much for Dr. Tengku's. Any questions? No, so far? Something is very new? Yes, Pauline?
That's right. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Right. So thank you very much for that question. In fact, during the development of this framework, we consulted with KPKT reps as well, and it's always like this question is one of the persisting question. Does EPR belong to MITI, or should be driven by MITI, or should be driven by KPKT? Because EPR does sit in between what manufacturers need to do, and also as a post-consumer item, which is under KPKT. So right now, in terms of what we want is that the framework clearly designate EPR as a necessary policy lever for the manufacturers, and it's needed to be reflected in this framework. We are sitting also in the task force for NCEC, and they are also in our team here. So we want these two policy to work together. In the end of the day, who's going to own it is still a bit far from here. But what we want is that at least it is reflected, and it will be something that we want to work together to make sure that it's there. Would that be?
Well, shall see. Shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Shall see. Shall see. So, any more questions for? Yes. Your questions? The CE metrics as a benchmark.
No, basically right now what we're thinking is to have, because currently CE involves the tracking of various data, for example, resource productivity, or the circular material use rate involves the data for how much recycled materials being processed by recyclers versus how much extraction of natural resources taking place. So there's no data that marries them together and provide this is the circular material use rate for in Malaysia. We don't have that yet. So we need to have that. So what we're thinking of is to work with DOSM to have a specific metric on CE so that we are very much aware in terms of how much is the circular material use rate at the moment in the country, how much is our resource productivity, and how much is the skill jobs that has been that is related to CE, which we don't have right now. but we need to have so that we know where we are.
Okay, anyone? Yes.
Sorry? We don't have, yeah. So just now I mentioned one is that we need the taxonomy, first of all, to basically describe what are the CE activities. And then we wanted to work with probably like CIRIM in terms of certifying what kind of activities and how much, how much input materials, how much output, and how much process that can be designated as, well, this fulfills the definition of CE within the context of Malaysia, that we can properly label it as such. So those are all work that will be developed from the framework.
Okay, maybe just add on some points. Like I think JSM Standard Malaysia is doing they're working up the standard also. I think we just participated in ISO Circular Economic Standards in China, Qingdao recently. So anyway, just information for doctors. It's just like, for example, certain metrics or data. MPMA did propose to NCEC to adopt material flow analysis. We believe that material flow analysis could be one of the KPI that can be used to identify the success of the CE. But unfortunately, it's like a lot of data problems that not so sure whether DOSMs want to get involved. And of course, the mature part for MFA is for plastic at the moment. When we're talking about metals, glass, or textile, the other set of problem again. So I think, as a members to NCEC, National Circular Economic Councils, we know that it's not easy. It's not an easy job. Well, a lot of things, a lot of standards have to be, should we say, created or to follow like ISO standard or something like that. We think that a lot of things is, I think 2030 will be a bit rush also unless everyone is working very, very hard. And as what Pauline say, from industry, we are really thinking that EPR should be formed ASAP because it definitely will impact for the investment. That will be the part. So any other questions? No? Then we thank you very much, Dr. Tunku, so for his presentation. Hopefully everyone benefit from it. So Francis, everything good? So we move into the next one to rush before the lunch. Okay, we move into 11:50 session is guidelines on recycling manufacturing operations, importation, financial assistance programs. And our speakers will be from MIDA, Puan Siti. Puan Siti can be seated here, and also from our DOE, Puan Tahira. Oh, Puan Tahira is here. Welcome our two officers. We have a final one. Actually, myself also one of the speakers, but I will cut short mine so everyone can enjoy the lunch. Okay. So if everything okay, Puan Siti, you want to be a first?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank MPMA for inviting MIDA to speak at this event. And I'm glad to be here to represent my organization to speak on the government assistance on government assistance for the plastic waste management community. Okay, before I go into the topic, I want to take an opportunity to share what is MIDA and what we do. Okay, MIDA is the principal, the government's principal investment promotion agency, and our role is to promote investment into the country. and our focus is on the manufacturing and also selected services. We have presence in throughout Malaysia. We have 12 state offices. Our headquarters is in KL Central, and we also have a global footprint with 21 overseas offices. Okay, in delivering our service in attracting investment into the country, we divided our function into the 4 quadrants. The first one is on to promote investment. This role play very much by our frontliner, which is our foreign investment division. With the presence in the overseas offices, their role is to identify potential investor, and they are the one who outreach to them and explain explain on the reason why the investor should invest here in Malaysia. And on the promotion activity, we also undertake a trade and investment mission. And normally the trade and investment mission is to the selected or identified countries. And it's normally led by the meeting minister or by our MIDA management. Then in terms of promoting a domestic investment, we at headquarters and also at the MIDA state will identify or will meet with the existing investor and discuss is there any other potential of expansion, or is there any other new project that they would invest. And also we take opportunity like attending to the event, having a networking with company so that we can explain what are the facilitation that a government can offer and what are the incentive that they can enjoy if they are undertaking a manufacturing or undertaking a services activity. Okay, on the second part, we provide approvals. For manufacturing company, they required to have a manufacturing license. And for certain project, they can enjoy tax incentive. It can be in fiscal tax incentive or non-fiscal. We also, in MIDA, we also approve expatriate position for manufacturing company. And with all the approvals, after we attract them, we wanted the project to be implemented. Then we have this system on track system. This on track system is a real time monitoring system where we wanted the project to be implemented, and it's managed by our post invest division. If the investors has any hurdles or challenges in implementing the project, they can always come to MIDA and we'll facilitate. So on the fourth one is on providing business facilitation. In MIDA, we house government representative and also other agencies to expedite the implementation. We have Inland Revenue Board in MIDA. We also have immigration unit in MIDA. We also have a representative from Custom Department. And for utility, we have a TM and also TNB. So we identify those representatives in order for them to discuss and to advise and to expedite approval if it needed. So next, okay, now I wanted to share more on the manufacturer license. under the Industrial Coordination Act, a company that having shareholders fund of 2.5 million ringgit Malaysia and more, or employing 75 of full-time employee, company need to have a manufacturer license. And under the Act, a manufacturer license is defined as making, altering, blending, ornamenting, finishing, or otherwise treating or adapting any article or substance with a view to its use, sale, transport, delivery, or disposal, and includes the assembly of parts and ship repairing, but does not include any activity usually associated with retail or wholesale trade. Okay. Okay. Next is on the okay, this is the other guideline beside then the two criteria that we look at, which is the 2.5 million ringgit Malaysia and also 75 a full-time employee. We also look whether the project is reach the CIPE, the capital investment per employee. So the limit is the minimum is 140,000, and the basis of this figure is because we don't want a labor-intensive project. We wanted the project have quite a significant number of capital investment, and the formula to get the number is we take capital investment inclusive of 10 years of rental on the building or land. And it's divided with the number of full-time employees that company are having. The next one is on the total full-time workforce of the company must comprise at least 80% Malaysian. If a company didn't reach the threshold, we are giving company up to 31st December 2024 to comply with this requirement. So the other one that we are look at is either the total number of managerial, technical, and supervisory level, or MTS, is at least 25% of the total employment, or the value added of at least 40%. The MTS is calculated based on the managerial level, and also the technical and supervisory. We take those who are with the science or technical qualification, or those who are having experience, at least 5 years working experience. And for the value added, our formula is we take the cost of production as 100%, and it minus with the percentage of raw material. The raw material can be the imported raw material or the locally purchased raw material. Then, okay, now I come to the incentive. Okay, this is the non-physical incentive that company can enjoy. Those manufacturers who are not located in the free industrial zone, or they are not the LMW status company. LMW status company is a facility given by custom where when company is having product export 80% of their product outside, so they can get this LMW status. So by having LMW status, and also if company are located in FIZ, they can enjoy a free flow of raw material or machinery without to pay the duty. But if company are outside or not the MW status, they still can enjoy the facility by applying to MIDA. And in MIDA, for manufacturer, there are two category of exemption that can be enjoyed. And the first one is on the MIDA confirmation letter. So under the MIDA confirmation letter, company actually This facility is given if company wanted to import machinery and equipment for the use of company's production. And the machinery and equipment must be new and directly used in the production. The steps is company put in submission to MIDA, and MIDA will issue a letter that they are a manufacturer. So now this is important for company. Okay, before that I forgot to explain the reason beside why a company required to have manufacturer license beside than the requirement of the act. Okay, for those company to receive a government's facilitation, especially from MIDA, the first thing that we look is either company having manufacturer license or not. Okay, if they are not having the manufacturer license, but then they are undertaking the activity, but they didn't reach the threshold of the requirement. So we still can give a letter, an exemption letter. In MIDA, we call ICA 10 approval to those company. So when they wanted to apply this facility, we'll see the first thing that we see is either they have a manufacturer license or they are having the ICA 10 letter. Okay, then if they didn't have any, then we advise them to apply first. So after that, with the letter, the SPM letter that we issue, company can put in the submission to custom. They will submit the list of machinery and equipment that they wanted to bring in. And at the moment, the SPM letter is valid until 31st December 2026. Okay. For the raw material and component that to be used directly in the production, company can apply the list and to get the exemption. And normally the exemption is given up to 3 years and it can be renewed. And for this exemption, we are normally look at whether the raw material components are available locally or not. And normally we just give to those are not locally available. If it is locally available, a company still need to can bring in, but then it's with duty. They couldn't get the exemption. Okay, next is on the tax holiday. Okay, on the left-hand side, the incentive is on under the Promotion of Investment Act. Under this act, there are two types of incentive, which is pioneer status or investment tax allowance. These two incentive is mutually exclusive. A company can only choose one. The incentive can only be given to a company who undertake project listed under our promoted list. Altogether, we have 5 promoted lists, and it depends where the product is listed. It gives company either partial exemption or full exemption. Under the pioneer status, if company are listed under the general list, they can be given exemption, partial exemption for a period of 5 years. If they are listed under the high-tech list, they can be given 100% exemption for a period of 5 years. But if they are listed in the strategic one, they can be given up to 10 years. Okay, on the investment tax allowance, okay, the difference between the two, the pioneer status, the exemption is given, the tax exemption is given on the statutory income of the company, whereas on the investment tax allowance, it is based on the capital expenditure incurred by company. And capital expenditure incurred, we accumulate for a period of 5 years. And if company under the general list, they can be given up to 60% of that allowance. If they are under the strategic list, they can get 100%. And this allowance can be offset on their statutory income, and it can be fully utilized. So normally in MIDA, if company asking our advice, we'll advise them if the project is capital intensive, then better opt for the ITA. But we advise company to run the simulation in terms of what can benefit them most, by either it's pioneer status or ITA. Okay, this incentive is given for a project which not yet in production, which company intend to do and they need to submit before the project commence. Okay, after the exemption, this incentive period over, a company can enjoy another 15 years of incentive for a period of 15 years. The incentive is similar to the general, the ITA under the generalist, which is 60% on the qualifying capital expenditure incurred for 15 years. This submission is not to be made to MIDA. This is to be made to Inland Revenue Board. Okay, for those projects who already in the production and say the company didn't know about the incentive under the MIDA package, company can straight away enjoy under the RA, subject to the company already in operation for 36 months. Okay. Okay, altogether, the incentive package that a company can enjoy is up to 25 years. From if company are being given 10 years, up here another 15 years, so altogether 25 years. So in the last year budget, government has announced a new incentive, which is reinvestment under NIMP. This is an additional to company that already exhausted all the incentive package. So another 5 years, company can be given incentive. It's either 60% or 100%, depend on the commitment that made by company. So if company wanted to enjoy more quantum, then company need to committed to invest more, and also to provide to give to undertake like the linkages program, domestic linkages program. I can share the details later to those who are interested. Okay, next is on the, okay, this earlier I mentioned about the promoted activity. Okay, this is an example of the promoted activity or the promoted list that normally we look whether company can be qualified for tax incentive or not. As for the recycling company, normally, okay, this is the category that we look at. We park the project is under this category, right? So, okay, just now I did mention about general list, about high-tech list. So for the plastic sector, basically it is identified under general list and also high-tech and also small scale. Small scale is given to a Malaysian company, and the incentive can be incentive is given to a company with shareholders fund less than 500,000 ringgit Malaysia, and they can get a full tax exemption. Okay, next is on the, okay, this is another incentive given under budget 2024. The incentive is for the integrated waste management company. So, and if company falls under this category, they can be given investment tax allowance of 100%. on the eligible qualifying capital expenditure, which incurred for a period of 5 years. And this incentive, it can offset against 100% of the statutory income. So in another word, this incentive is much better than the general incentive where company can enjoy under the normal manufacturing activity or recycling recycling activity. But then this incentive is only for limited period. It's only for application that received by MIDA from 1st January 2024 until 31st December 2026. Okay, next is on, okay, this is another incentive given to company. If company already exhausted all the incentive package, they still can enjoy automation capital allowance up to 10 million. The automation capital allowance is given to company. They can offset 200% of the capital allowance. And just now and yesterday also, we listened to a company that promoting their machinery, their equipment. So those, if company undertaking a project automation to automate their project, let's say plastic recycler wanted to install sorting machine to segregate colors into their production. So they can enjoy under this facility. Okay, next is on the plastic recycling in Malaysia. Okay, just now I've touched on the general information on the manufacturing license and also the tax incentive. Okay, but then I wanted to highlight here for the recycling activity, will condition company that they cannot import scrap or waste to be processed. However, we still can give some flexibility if the waste or scrap that import in is homogeneous and company obtain AP from JPSPN. This is for plastic. Okay, for manufacturing license, we still can give flexibility. But then if company would like to enjoy for tax incentive, no flexibility will be given. Company must use all local waste. Okay, next is on, okay, based on MIDA record, there are 148 companies has been given a manufacturing license and also ICA 10. And from this figure, the total capacity is about 1 million metric ton. And we've seen that 90% of the production is just to produce resin. And now the government aspiration is to get those companies to convert to more value-added products, not just stop at the resin level. So I think this is my last slide. Yes, thank you. Just President.
This will be the one. Thank you, Puan. So I think everyone's wake up a little bit because let's talk about those fundings or tax exemptions and all those things and so on. But just be reminded, if you are ML manufacturing license, you are not allowed to apply for the AP. So anyway, we will move into our next speaker from DOE, Bahagian Bahan Berbahaya. So Ms. Tahira will give some thoughts for this.
Okay, they managed to get my picture, is it? Okay, a very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone here. So I suppose that everyone basically here from the plastic recyclers. Okay, so okay, actually the focus of my paper today will be on the importation of plastic waste under Act 127, which is Act 127 is Environmental Quality Act 1974 under the jurisdiction of DOE and also and Basel Convention. So before that, before I go into the serious matter, so let me just recap on some of the Department of Environment's general things. So our vision, mission, and motto: environmental conservation for the welfare of the people, to ensure mission to ensure sustainable development inside the process of in the process of advancing the country, and our motto is environment is our shared responsibility. So we also have national policy on environment. So if you could see that the number 8 is active participation in the international community, which will be tagged along with the Basel Convention. Okay, so our function will be basically to administer and enforce Environmental Quality Act 1974. Basically, we are an enforcement agency, whereby we also have regulations, orders, and rules under this act. And we also have Part 4 Exclusive Economic Zone Act 1984 for the oil spill, yeah, oil spill. Okay, so we are sort of always promote on this related SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, sustainable environment. We also very active in the promotion of Environmental Day, E-Waste Day, and all those promotions, yeah, for the awareness purpose. Okay, so this is our act, AQA 1974. It is an act related to the prevention, abatement. So prevention is better than cure. So prevention, abatement, control of pollution, and enhancement of the environment, and for the purpose connected. Okay, so we always emphasize on the mitigation, prevention, rather than after it happens to cure it. Okay, so basically we have air, waste, and water. We enforce on the pollution for the air, waste, and water. So air emission, water pollution, and for the scheduled waste management, okay, which is also the hazardous waste. So besides that, we have this stringent EIE development, EIE, what do you call the conditions for the EIE development projects. Okay, these are our pollution sources. We license 3 types of facilities under DOE. Like the PBT, they license the business facilities, right? We license the facilities like scheduled waste treatment, oil palm, and rubber, and the others will be business as usual. Okay, enforcement. We have 3 types of enforcement. How do we enforce? We command and control, which is like we go to the premise, we investigate, inspect, and maybe we take samples if needed. So that's how we enforce, and then follows up with the penalties and compounds and related matters. Then we have guided self-regulations, whereby the premises will have to have their own performance monitoring. Yeah, so this is whereby it should be submitted to the department every quarter. And we also, before we go to the premises to investigate and or inspect, we have our desktop enforcement, where we have a lot of online systems. We have a lot of systems like e-Swiss for hazardous waste management. We have for SAMS for the air pollution, air emission, and other related systems. Yeah. Okay, so let me touch a bit on how the world is going forward towards managing. I'm from the hazardous substances division, so I'll be focusing on the hazardous waste. Yeah. So how is the world moving forward? So last time we used to hear cradle to grave. The industry will generate waste, yeah, scheduled waste, then maybe it will directly go to the incinerator or the secured landfill. Yes? So now we don't want that to happen. We are moving forward for 4R. Yeah. So as you can see, the waste hierarchy, the upside down pyramid, yeah, pyramid. So we emphasize more on 4R, which is reduction, reuse, recycling, and recovery. I think most of you are here from the recyclers, but basically we are on the hazardous waste recycling, yeah, because plastic is not hazardous waste. It falls under the domestic waste, but it is listed under the Basel Convention for the importation. Yeah. Okay. So then at the end will be the incineration or secured landfill and so on. Okay. GOE also is partly active in the circular economy, promoting the circular economy. Yeah. So circular economy is the chair is by the KPKT, and there are a few agencies there are other agencies involved, yeah. And GOE is holding one of the tasks, the thematic group for the scheduled waste, the circular economy for the scheduled waste. Okay. So the SDG, 2030, we are focusing for the hazardous waste purpose. We focus on the 12 SDG number 12, goal number 12, sorry, which is for the responsible consumption and production. So under SDG 12, and we also have some on the SDG 11 and 6. So we are actively involved with the 12th mission plan until 2025. So soon will be the 13th mission plan. So we are already starting to plan for the 13th mission plan. So there is also a green technology master plan for Malaysia, which emphasizes on the initiative of waste management. Environmental sustainability in Malaysia, and we also have strategic plan for the management of scheduled waste under DOE since 2015. Okay, so let's talk about this plastic waste under Act 127 and Basel Convention. So okay, first we will look into the domestic regulation, which is under the DOE, Environmental Quality Act 1974. So, okay. So for this plastic waste, which is mixed with the hazardous waste, we have specifically Section 31, 37, Section 34B, and also the environmental regulation for the hazardous waste under year 2005. So these regulations and sections are related to the plastic waste, which is mixed with the hazardous waste. Yeah. So whenever any waste or anything is mixed with the hazardous waste, so it will be considered hazardous waste. Yeah. Okay, so for the purpose of the recycling of the plastic waste, we cover under the section 31, 37, 34E. So and then we have this effluent industrial 2009 under our regulation, air emission 2014, and hazardous waste management. Okay, if you could see these three, 1, 2, 3, this is what I mentioned on the air, waste, and water. So maybe I can just explain here briefly. Actually, waste is not, if it's waste, plastic waste itself, it is not hazardous waste. Okay, but whenever it is mixed with these hazardous materials, then it will become hazardous waste. But for the purpose of importation plastic into Malaysia, it is still the AP, the approval permit is still under the JPSPN, yeah, the National Solid Waste Department. Okay, why do we come in? Because this plastic waste is being listed in the Basel Convention, the articles in the annexes in the Basel Convention. So there will be an extra process that only after that we could, the government could allow the recyclers to import the waste to Malaysia, the plastic waste to Malaysia. Yeah, I saw someone I know. Okay, next. Okay, so as I mentioned just now, we have many conventions that we are the party to under the Department of Environment. So one of it is Basel Convention. We also have Stockholm, Rotterdam, and Minamata. We only ratified Basel and Rotterdam so far. Okay. So we became a party to the Basel on the 8th October 1993, and up to now there are about 191 parties. And okay, for your information, Department of Environment is the focal point for the Basel Convention. And also my division, the Hazardous Substances Division is a competent authority, yeah, competent authority for the hazardous waste. And also currently we are our division is also the interim competent authority for the plastic waste importation. Why is it interim? Maybe I will just brief that, because as I mentioned, plastic waste is not hazardous waste. Yeah, so we are not enforcing the plastic waste itself. We are not authorized. We are not authorized to enforce it unless I mentioned when it is mixed. Okay, but for the plastic recyclers, then you need to have this EIA and all that lah, because of the EIA, the need of the environmental impact assessment report. Yeah, because you're the recycler. If it's a new premise lah, but for y'all no need lah, because you all already have the premise. So this is what the interim all about. Actually, it will be like we're still looking forward for the non-interim, the permanent competent authority. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What type of plastics is controlled under the Basel Convention? So we have many annexes in Basel Convention actually. So code Y48 is the waste, the plastic waste, which is not polluted with the mixed with the polluted with the hazardous waste. Yeah, and for the next code will be code A3210, the plastic waste which is contaminated with the hazardous waste. And the other one will be code B3011, which is the waste plastic not contaminated with other waste. Okay, so which is our concern? So our concern for plastic importation will be Y48, which is which should be go through the procedure of the prior informed consent under the Basel Convention. Okay, so if you want to import plastic waste into Malaysia, you will be under the Y48, whereby for A3210, there's no importation allowed. Okay, and for 3011, there is an MIPC procedure involved here lah. So so I assume that your concern here will be Y48. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay. Actually, you can look into the Basel Convention articles on the website www.brs.com. BRS. You can just Google the Basel Rotterdam Stockholm website. Yeah. Okay. So for this, okay, how do you reach to this PIC? Okay, so as a plastic recycler, you have to apply to the JPS, International Domestic Solid Waste Department, if you want to import plastic, and also to MIPC, because they have some, they control the quotas and things like that. Okay, so once you go to the JPSPN, before they give you the approval, they have to consult or get the inputs from related agencies, yeah, not only DOE, related agencies. And for the DOE side, we will be, not my division, but it's under our enforcement. They will be looking under the air, waste and water, as I mentioned to you just now, on the compliance to our Environmental Quality Act 1974. So that is where when they see if it happens that there are some non-compliance, so there will be some hiccup there. So if it's everything is okay, then maybe after all the inputs are all okay, they might grant you the AP. Okay, so it doesn't stop there. For this plastic, it is unique, as I say, it's tagged with the Basel Convention. So the after that, this applicant would have to come to send to DOE lah, so with the related documents to apply for the PIC consent. Okay, so first under the PIC consent will be notification, consent of issuance of movement document, that will notification from your site, recyclers, and if everything is okay, then we will come out with the consent letter. Then the transboundary movement will happen. In layman, it will be importation lah. Importation. Okay, so under the Basel Convention, they address it as transboundary movement, whereby it comes from another country, a boundary to another boundary. Okay, so after that, when this movement happens, there should be a confirmation on the recipient of the waste. It has been received and it has been used in your premise. Okay, because it is strictly to be used in your premise and not to be distributed and as a trader. So that is the, I think basically that's the idea of it. So when an X company imports it, they use it. So that's when the confirmation will appear to DOE. You have to show us that you use up the importation of plastics. Yeah. So these are the checklists. Actually, it's on the website. You can contact my office also lah. Okay. All right. Okay. So this is more on the investigation or the inspection. If there is we get some information if there is an illegal importation. Yeah. So what happens if we receive any information on the illegal importation? So we have our ports. We have certain ports. Yeah. Like for example, Port Klang. I take Port Klang. So Port Klang is situated in Selangor State. So we also have states all over Malaysia. So our state office will be going to the together with the headquarters. If you get this type of information, then we go to the container with the customs and the related agencies also to inspect the container, whether to look into to verify on the waste that is being imported. Okay, so we do it for both hazardous and plastic. But plastic is basically, I would like to inform you that it's basically together with the GPS main people, SW Corp. Okay, basically we are not involved lah. Just to inform that this is the standard procedure that they will be doing at the port to inspect, and if it's found that it is really illegal, I'm sorry, it is not the allowed plastic, permitted plastic, then they have to send it back. But the sending back will be under DOE, because currently JPSPN they don't have because the Basel is under us, so we will try to send it back to the origin country. Okay, that's about it. So I end my presentation. Environment, a shared responsibility. You have any questions?
Any questions? Any questions to Puan Tahira? DOE is one of the most wonderful departments. They're as busy as Police Diraja Malaysia. or even customs. They appear everywhere. And just be careful. And just recently, there's a pollution case that been sued under 13 blanket A, something like that. Yes, 34B or A or something like 34B, that compounds to 10 millions, right? 10 millions, or yeah, or someone's to, sentenced to jail for about 2 years. So no joke with Akta Alam, Quality Alam, 1974, and been amendments in parliaments that the compound is wonderful. So, but so far in recycling, we so far only heard there's only one case that pollute the river and cause the whole Klang, the water supply have to stop. Last 2 days, DOE in Balakong or something like that, about air pollutions. So there's one factory that doing plastic recycling, SITA, that I share in the group. So anyway, I just have about 5 minutes to wrap up. Any questions for our ladies here? No? So we thank you very much for the Puan Siti, Puan Hira. So I just give them a call, and then we have a wrap up, because the next session is going to start by 1:30. I'm sorry, you only have about 30 minutes. A very final one, I just no need to go for a presentation slide. I just share some recent info. As just now I mentioned, there's certain people being caught. Okay, one important thing, since Puan Hira is over here, just everyone information, after 2026, OECD countries is not allowed to export 3915 transboundary to non-OECD, which is like including Malaysia. So MPMA is talking to Bahan Berbahaya, Schedule Waste departments, to have a letters to European councils, so that allow us to import maybe 30B under B3011 to come into Malaysia. It's still under discussions. Francis, where are you? Francis, later, Hanis maybe want to talk to Puan Tahira to get the appointment. We grab all the opportunity. Okay, and then it's a very big impact. Just everyone information is like Indonesia is under OECD. So next time, if Southeast Asia as let's say we say as a major producer for the recycled resins, Indonesia will win all. Okay, Indonesia will win all, because most of the industry scrap that to Malaysia is actually most from EC. Unfortunately, I can't get the data from JPSPN that what's the tonnage that we import from EC. But no matter what, if it happens, Turkey as well as Indonesia will be a winners among our recycling industry. But MPMA is doing the best. Even that day we're meeting with Minister YB Nazmi, we mentioned that then Bahan Berbahaya say, okay, we can sit down and talk. We yet to get appointment soon. We will get appointments. The second thing is to update everyone. Is like, yes, your approved permit, your AP from JPSPN, hang around there. We still don't know that what's wrong. That's already 16th of October. We are chasing that. We try to understand what's going wrong. Hopefully everything will be good. Yes, that's why I say at the beginning of the day, plastic recycling industry is always the most pressure one, because as you say, if tomorrow DOE go to your factory, you will be in trouble also. When JPSPN stop the AP, you were in trouble also. When OECD, no, non-OECD, you will have trouble also. Including, but everything's to legalize is supporting by MPMA, as we only support for illegal operators, that we stand firm that all the operators have to be legal, all the importation have to be legal. As the last 2 days, custom announcement at 151 containers that have been caught in the last 2 months, that is waste related. Yes, we don't know that whether it's plastic scrap or e-waste or any other waste, but 151 that we believe is just a part of it. It's been caught into Malaysia. So as our stand, we against the illegal importations. Demi negara yang tercinta, we're not supposed to bring in any waste into Malaysia, and we try to make a representative to even the government agencies that we are not processed. We only can do a homogeneous waste, homogeneous scrap that is clean and fulfill the Basel Convention 95% and above. I'm not so sure whether DOE what's the record for the Y48, but my understanding around us is like seldom there's a people import Y48. Y48 is a mixed scrap. It could be PP mixed together with HD or something like that. But seldom people import that. But most likely is B3011, which is homogeneous. Plastic recycling industry, as what our prediction last time, is about 4B. And last time during Yang Brahma Menteri Zuraida, even that he's thinking that whether we can go up to 20B. For our expectations, because of the circular economy, like for example, NCEC in Malaysia, National Circular Economic Council. Sorry, I have to talk very fast. Yes, we don't know that how soon actually we can come up with the circular economic policy. Okay, but MIPC already have theirs. DOE is doing their own. We only seeing one more thing is the Akta Economic Ketaran, Circular Economic Act. So when it's going to have this Circular Economic Act, then as an industry, we believe that extended producer responsible will be under Circular Economic Act. We're making a guess only, not an announcement from government. We're waiting for that because under the EPR, they will definitely have a recycling content, 30% or 50% or something like that. That will benefit us. Even the last meeting in NCEC, National Circular Economic Councils, we brought out the issues to that times it will be TKSU, KPKD. Government is the biggest consumer in Malaysia. They spend the most of the money to buy things in Malaysia. So that's why we keep talking to government saying that please go through your green procurement policy. As a government, you spend the most of the money, buy the products that is eco-labeling with SIRIM. Okay. At the same time, we support SIRIM eco-labeling. Whatsoever the purchase or tender by government, please put that in the tender spec there, you need the eco-labeling. So this is one of the way that we try to, the strategy that we try to increase the purchasing or the sales turnover for recycling content. And the world is moving into EPR, circular economy, and we're expecting that the sales for the recycled resins will increase tremendous, but not these 2 years. We know that the recyclers over here, why so difficult to ask people to join into this seminar? Because everyone is scratching their head. The business is very, very bad now. The resin can't sell or have to sell it with the under cost price and all those things and so on. We know that everyone is suffering. But if you can sustain, maybe you wait until about next year, 2025, 2026, or even the signing of the INC. Hopefully what? I also don't know what to hope for. But the thing is like, we're thinking that the things will get better. The things will get better. So that's why anything I missed up, Francis? I think not in my presentation slide. So this is what I can think of. We will have the other session again, just particular for recyclers that allow us to like today because a lot of people in bad mode. I say, please come to join us. You cannot collect money. Or you cannot sell my resin. I have to crack my head to think how to survive first instead of joining for the seminar. I'll say, okay. Then before Chinese New Year, maybe we have the other drinking sessions. Then we will talk about what we get from our government agencies to share with everyone. So support again if I calling for the other drinking sessions. So just now, sorry, I'm over 5 minutes. 1:30, they have to go back to the main hall or come back over here. Any questions for me? And certain words, yes, no doubt. I'm actually delivering certain words to our MIPC officers, our DOE officers, our MIDA officers. We are very tough. Yes, a very potential industry. We will grow. We will earn money for Malaysia. We will contribute to GDP. And we always good boy because we love Malaysia. We won't pollute Malaysia. Besides accidents, I know that the balakong, that one is accidents, the leakage of the piping. Okay. So do support us. Yes, we're doing rubbish. We whole body is rubbish smell, but we also contributing to our GDP. Please support us for that. Okay, thank you very much. So, Francis, yeah. Okay. Then,
thank you, Dr. Johnson and conference speakers for the thoughtful and engaging discussion. We would like to invite Dr. Johnson to present the token of appreciation and also speakers come forward for the group photo. Thank you. Appreciate if all participants can fill in the evaluation form. You can scan the QR here to fill in the evaluation form, and also for the slides and the presentations, you can scan the QR code on your tag. We will break now for lunch. I appreciate if everyone can come back at around 1:30 for the plenary session 2. Thank you.